never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed a proclamation banning travel from 12 countries, citing security risks. The proclamation fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 nations. The list includes Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. The deportation of the family of the man accused of committing a fire attack against a pro-Israel protest in Boulder, Colorado, is being blocked. Earlier today, the U.S. District Judge issued a ruling that bars the Trump administration from removing the wife and 5 children of Mohammed Sabri Salaman. The judge found that deportation without process could work irreparable harm. Elon Musk is taking aim at President Trump's massive so-called Big Beautiful Bill less than a week after bowing out of government service.
President Trump has dubbed the tax cuts and spending plans as a Big Beautiful Bill. On Tuesday, his recently close advisor, Elon Musk, called it outrageous, saying, "Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong." This is not the first time that Mr. Musk has attacked the bill. He said he was disappointed after House Republicans passed it last month, adding that it would increase the budget deficit and undermine the work that the Doge team is doing. The White House press secretary said the president stood behind his bill. Kate Fisher, Washington.
President Trump is doubling down on calls to eliminate the country's debt ceiling.
Trump said he's pleased to finally agree with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren on something after she called to get rid of it forever. Trump said the debt ceiling should be scrapped to prevent an economic catastrophe, calling it too devastating to be put in the hands of political people. The president said Republicans and Democrats need to come together to get this done. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 91 points. The S&P 500 gained less than a point. The Nasdaq rose by 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The thing that does well are Broadway hits.
Revenue is down at the Kennedy Center since President Trump took over the board of the D.C. Performing Arts Institute.
Revenue from season passes is down 36%. That's a drop of nearly $1.6 million. Single ticket sales over the last 2 months were down 50% compared to the same time last year. Trump said at a recent board dinner that he had eliminated diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and brought back family-friendly programming that will attract large audiences. More than a dozen acts have canceled their performances following Trump's takeover. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Toxic seaweed is shattering records in overwhelming beaches around the Caribbean.
Last month, the seaweed grew to over 37 million tons, and the amount of seaweed is expected to grow even more this month. Issues start when the seaweed washes ashore, rots, and emits hydrogen sulfide, which smells like rotten eggs and can cause breathing problems for people with sensitivities. Smaller amounts also appeared in the Florida Keys, southeastern Florida beaches, the Mississippi Delta, and the Texas coast. I'm Brian Shook.
The Department of Justice is looking into the list of people former President Biden gave pardons to.
It comes as concerns rise about Biden's state of mind while he served his final months in office. Biden granted clemency and pardoned over 1,500 people in his final weeks, including members of his family and death row inmates. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain.
Just like that, here we go. Up and at 'em. Time to roll into a brand new day. From time zone to time zone, we'll close out a hump day. Make our way into a Thursday. 5th day of June, June 5 of 2025. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another comfortable night outside the secret bunker. Maybe a little bit of haze, thanks to the continued wildfires in Canada. You got air advisories through much of the Great Lakes, parts of the Midwest, and on over into the Northeast. Give you all the latest on that coming up. Yeah, for some, it's another rainy night. Rains have now pushed east of the Chicago area, but you're in the rain from Toronto to Detroit, down through north central and northeast Illinois. Some heavier rains down through western portions of Indiana, southeastern Illinois, on down toward the Boot Heel of Missouri. From there, separately, another batch of showers and thunderstorms, northeastern portions of New Mexico, into the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. Some of those have been prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. Amarillo, right there. You're kind of like dead center. Some of those strong straight-line winds, as the case has been night after night. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Some hail in the mix once again. Then we see the beginning of what's going to be some tropical downpours to impact parts of the Carolinas. Right now, most of the precip is still offshore, but that's a little disturbance that by later today will begin unleashing some, again, tropical downpours through portions of Florida, southern Georgia, the Carolinas. But we'll start things off, travelers' weather in the heart of the country as, again, rounds of stronger storms, high winds, damaging hail, focusing mainly on the Central States between now and the weekend. There are some stronger storms also forecast to erupt in the east near the end of the week here. Things begin to ramp up over the plains and Mississippi Valley, from just inland from the Gulf Coast all the way to the Great Lakes. You've got warm, humid air pouring out of the Gulf, clashing with this press of cooler air coming out of the Rockies. Some portions of the southern plains may face a severe weather risk each day from now right on into the weekend. St. Louis, Indianapolis, Detroit, some of the major cities at risk for some stronger storms. Thursday's area of severe weather risk also includes parts of the southwest and southern plains states from eastern New Mexico into West Texas and portions of southeastern Colorado and western Oklahoma. That's a zone that could face higher wind gusts from storms and the possibility of even a few tornadoes. A similar area Thursday into Thursday night could face the same risks with the addition of flash flooding. Overnight, a complex of storms expected to track eastward into southwestern Missouri. The main risk the storms carry there would be damaging wind followed by flash flooding. Some stronger storms are forecast to begin reaching the northeast from Thursday, stretching from upstate New York, northern Pennsylvania, into portions of Maine. Same threats, primarily high winds, strong heavy downpours, and reduced visibility. Hail in the northeast, maybe marble-sized, small hail for the most part. Looking toward Friday, the threat will extend all the way from western Texas to the Appalachians once again. Strong winds, hail, localized flash flooding, and isolated tornadoes. That looks like the main risk zone Friday is going to be along that front that kind of sags southward. Some of the larger, most concentrated areas of severe weather will be Oklahoma, northern Texas, southwestern Arkansas. Storms there packing large hail and high winds once again. Some of those stronger storms may occur a bit further east. Georgia, the Carolinas, southern portions of Virginia. So it's kind of off and on. Severe weather is going to continue along parts of that zone and maybe closer to the Gulf Coast coming up through the weekend. The Carolinas, as I mentioned, it's kind of a disorganized mass of showers and thunderstorms that will bring some drenching showers and thunderstorms to the Carolinas. And they're keeping their eye on a tropical threat that could emerge in the Caribbean prior to mid-month here. These are the areas we would typically look for tropical development during the month of June. It's not uncommon to see that. But there's an area strewn with showers and thunderstorms stretching from the Bahamas to southern Florida and Cuba. That's going to be slowly drifting north and northeast into the day Thursday, bringing again some showers, drenching rains to parts of Florida, southern Georgia, coastal areas of the Carolinas. Yeah, this could be beneficial for some of the drought-stricken areas, but too much rain may fall too fast and lead to some flash urban flooding. Anywhere from Miami to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Charleston, South Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina. Those areas need to be prepared for the possibility of flooding. Could see several inches of rain fall in just a few hours in some communities. Not only is urban flooding a concern, but building seas and local onshore winds from the budding low-pressure area could lead to dangerous rip currents, coastal flooding, and beach erosion from the Georgia coast to the southeastern Virginia coastal areas. During the second week of June here, a zone a bit further south over the western and central Caribbean is going to need to be watched closely, they tell us. A slow-spinning, massive low-pressure area known as a gyre may develop, which could then give birth to smaller but more intense areas of low pressure that can evolve into tropical storms or, in some cases, hurricanes. What's going to happen is this Central American gyre is finally going to develop in the next week or so. When you see trade winds coming from the east, and then you actually see some winds coming from the west down here, yeah, that kind of turns a big area of low pressure. The waters are plenty warm in the Caribbean to foster and sustain tropical development. The timing, they tell us, we're looking for development in the central and western Caribbean, June 10th through the 14th, and maybe a little bit later. Should a depression or storm take shape early next week, it may be more likely to track into the Gulf and then perhaps swing toward Louisiana or Florida. Should it wait till later next week or maybe hold off until the middle of the month, the steering breezes by that point would more likely take it into the southern portions of Mexico or Central America. But kind of right on cue, the Atlantic hurricane season is officially now, we're into day number 5, right? Good to have you on board. Hope your week's going well. I guess, hey, it's Friday Eve, technically, is it not? Hello, Philly Dan. Good morning, everyone. Well, there you go. A Chinese national brings in a killer fungus into the United States. Yeah, how many others got through the border? And that's become that's a big story, what these Chinese nationals were looking to do. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe out there. Gary is on board. Gary Montgomery saying hello. Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Good morning, JR, overnight drive family, country bumpkin. Jacking in from Waterford, Michigan. There's Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia tonight, 76 degrees. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. Here we go. Pappy, saddle up nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, the eve of Friday, 72 degrees. In the far south side of southwestern Ohio. Yes, the natives are restless tonight. I guess the warmer weather brings out the best in the troublemakers, so snuggle up to whomever or whatever, crank up the volume. The overnight drive is hammered down. Hello, Robert Duck. Home sweet home tonight. Says he'll be signing the contract on the house in the morning. Then it's off to Elkhart and on up to Lansing, Michigan. All right. The contract on the house. Congratulations there. Let's see. We did say hello to Country Bumpkin checking in. Tank, good morning or good evening from where I'm at. 70 degrees here in Fontana, California. Getting hooked up. We'll be ready to head back east toward the home 20 via Memphis. All right, everybody have a blessed day. Good to have you on board. Safe travels. Philip, not our Philip in Florida. This is a different Philip, the overnight Philip. Good evening, Mr. Sommers. Glad to be here with you today. Parrot got the day off. Your friend, Trucker Phil. I really appreciate what you do. Greetings from the state of Virginia. All right, there's Bill. Good morning, everyone. 64 degrees, Fox Lake, Wisconsin tonight. Sitting at the home terminal before heading out to Hopkinsville, Kentucky. I was pulling in the yard, almost had a free dinner. A pheasant ran in front of the Peterbilt. All right, have a great night, and good morning to all the drivers out there. Hello from the pillar of the community, the Michigan Madman, on board tonight. And others coming up. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Yeah, I mentioned Philip there. He said my neighbors probably think I'm crazy. I'm actually out grilling up a nice steak and baked potato at this late hour, listening to the overnight drive on the headphones. I love this show, man. Can't wait to eat. Nothing like a little midnight steak and taters on the grill. That sounds good. Tony, good morning. Hot Shot Secret Nation from Southern Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. A wonderful night ahead with more rain in the forecast, though. 68 degrees right now. It's humid, and you can hear the thunder. All right. Hunker down. Roy, hello from Northwest Illinois, where it's clear. 61 degrees at this hour. Tapeworm, good morning, Steve. Checking in from Pella, Iowa. One more piece of farm equipment in the morning, then it's off to Memphis. And there's Jeffrey, who says, good morning, Steve and the family. I'm in the hospital, and looks like I'm going to be here for a long time. All right, not sure exactly. I know Jeffrey's had his fair share of health issues. He's kind of informed us in the past. He's confined to a wheelchair. So everybody say a prayer for Jeffrey there. Hope everything goes well. Get well soon. And thanks for tuning in. All right, the smoke from the wildfires making air quality worse in the eastern U.S. Wednesday. Yeah, with several Midwestern states battling conditions deemed unhealthy. The fires, of course, have forced thousands of Canadians to flee their homes, sending smoke as far as Europe, believe it or not. Now, in the U.S., smoke lingering in the skylines from Kansas City to Minneapolis, and a swath of the region with unhealthy air quality Wednesday. Iowa issued a statewide air quality alert that continues through early this Thursday, urging residents to limit certain outdoor activities, warning of health effects due to the thick smoke. Wisconsin officials made similar suggestions as the smoke drifted southeast across that state. In Michigan's Upper Peninsula, authorities advising people to shut windows at night, avoid strenuous outdoor activity, and watch for breathing issues. Further east, even parts of Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, New York had areas of moderate air quality concern. New Hampshire authorities hoping conditions improve by overnight tonight. The particle air pollution event, the result of the excessive wildfires in central and western portions of Canada. Iowa Department of Natural Resources warned that air quality in a band from the southwest corner to the northeast corner of that state could fall into the unhealthy category through this Thursday morning, recommending people, especially those with heart and lung disease, to avoid long or intensive activities, take extra breaks during any strenuous activity outdoors. All right, so more on the wildfires as the evacuations remain ongoing in Canada. More than 50 wildfires burning across Alberta as of this past day. More than 1.2 million acres have burned so far this year, according to the Calgary Herald. An hours of service exemption is in place through June 30th for extra provincial motor carriers and drivers engaged in the transport of essential supplies and equipment and transportation of people in direct assistance to the emergency relief efforts there. Motor carriers must notify in writing the provincial hours of service director of the base jurisdiction of their intention to operate under the exemption. Additional conditions and guidelines to be eligible for the relief granted by the Alberta emergency are available on the Transport Canada website. A separate order had previously been issued covering carriers and drivers in Manitoba, British Columbia, as well as Saskatchewan. There are some industries being impacted. Oil and mining companies are among those that are altering operations due to the wildfires. Aspen Leaf Energy Limited recently evacuated field staff and temporarily halted their 4,000 barrel per day operations near Swan Hills. Hudbay Minerals, a Canadian mining company, announced the temporary suspension of the Snow Lake, Manitoba operations. A company said their infrastructure and facilities at this point are at a low risk of being damaged. The latest situation report from the Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Center showed more than 200 active fires and over 5 million acres have burned across Canada year to date. Alrighty, 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up. We'll get to other industry headlines. Let me start with, this almost made me chuckle. The Ukraine-Russia conflict. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky this past day proposed implementing a ceasefire until such time as a meeting can be arranged with Russian President Vladimir Putin. He says, quote, "My proposal, which I believe our partners can support, is that we propose to Russians a ceasefire until the leaders meet." He was speaking at a press briefing in Kyiv. Now, they tell us the peace talks earlier this week in Istanbul made little progress toward ending the 3-year-old war, apart from an exchange of proposals and a plan for a major swap of prisoners of war, which Zelensky said would take place this upcoming weekend. What made me almost chuckle is, right on the heels of that massive drone strike in the heart of Russia over the past weekend, we know, everyone knows, Putin is going to retaliate harshly. So Zelensky comes out now and says, okay, let's have a ceasefire. He's about to get his ass handed to him. Now, Trump this past day, President Trump said, yes, Putin has vowed a retaliatory strike is coming on Ukraine for hitting their nuke bombers, the planes, over the past weekend. All right, we'll give you more on that coming up. Let's play nice now. Not gonna happen. All right, hello to Kim. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. The ice cream man here. Hannah, Indiana. I'm about to head off to bed, so I'll catch the show via the podcasts on iHeart in the morning. All right, get a good night's rest there. Ice cream man, 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed a proclamation banning travel from 12 countries, citing security risks. The proclamation fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 nations. The list includes Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. The deportation of the family of the man accused of committing a fire attack against a pro-Israel protest in Boulder, Colorado, is being blocked. Earlier today, the U.S. District Judge issued a ruling that bars the Trump administration from removing the wife and 5 children of Mohammed Sabri Salaman. President Trump is doubling down on calls to eliminate the country's debt ceiling.
Trump said he's pleased to finally agree with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren on something after she called to get rid of it forever. Trump said the debt ceiling should be scrapped to prevent an economic catastrophe too devastating to be put in the hands of political people. The president said Republicans and Democrats need to come together to get this done. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from just southwest of Birmingham. 74 degrees, had some hard rain, thunder, lightning in Tyler, Texas yesterday morning while I was trying to sleep. We did get a break in the weather while I drove over to get unloaded. Only some sprinkles when I was at the dock. Once they made room for the freight. Just made it to a truck stop, found a good parking spot after searching a bit. I'm going to take a shower before I hit the hay. All right. Have a great night, a better weekend, and everyone be careful out there. Very good. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation, Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday Eve. Here we are, 9 days till Flag Day, 29 days till Independence Day. We're down to 2:03 till Christmas. All right, got the usual run tonight, except for some light road construction. It's a pretty good night for trailer trucking so far, but I know we got some rain headed my way. Breezy, mostly clear at this hour, 68 degrees. Rolling I-71 in Kentucky. All right, be safe out there. So apparently, President Trump actually spoke with Vladimir Putin this past day. They discussed the recent drone attacks by Ukraine, recent developments concerning Iran in the phone conversation, the Kremlin foreign policy aide confirming the two spoke. During the conversation, Putin told Trump that Russia will have to respond to the Ukrainian drone attacks. Now, Trump said it was a good conversation, but not a conversation that's going to lead to immediate peace. I stated to President Putin that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and on this, I believe we were in agreement. Stating I just finished speaking by telephone with President Vladimir Putin of Russia, posting via Truth Social. The call lasted approximately 1 hour, 15 minutes. We discussed the attack on Russia's docked airplanes, various other attacks that have been taking place by both sides. Again, good conversation, but not a conversation that's going to lead to immediate peace. President Putin did say, and very strongly, that he will have to respond to the recent attacks on the airfields. We also discussed the fact that time is running out on Iran's decision pertaining to nuclear weapons, which must be made quickly. Now, I stated to President Putin, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Again, on that, I believe we were in agreement. President Putin suggested that he will participate in the discussions with Iran and that he could perhaps be helpful in getting this brought to a rapid conclusion. It is my opinion that Iran has been slow walking their decision on this important matter. We will need a definitive answer in a very short period of time. Well, it wasn't long after that. Apparently, the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, actually stated he rejected the proposal from the U.S. that was presented to them this past weekend. We touched on that last evening, offering to allow them to enrich up to, 3% enriched uranium. The Ayatollah says, who are you to tell us? So that sounds like with the rejection, what's the next step going to be? For weeks and weeks now, we've been sharing headlines where Israel has been anticipating striking some of these nuclear facilities. And U.S. has been trying to hold off on that. Hold on. Let's see if we can get something done diplomatically before things begin to really spiral out of control. How much longer can Trump restrain or convince Israel to not move on that? That is a big question. Meanwhile, if it happened in Russia, could it happen here? Speaking of the drone attack impacting 4 separate air bases in Russia over the weekend, that unprecedented drone assault, they tell us is kind of sending shockwaves through Washington, exposing vulnerabilities in U.S. military infrastructure, prompting urgent calls from lawmakers and defense officials for enhanced base protection and counter-drone capabilities. That massive drone strike targeting Russian airfields has intensified concerns in Washington over the security of our own military bases. Officials acknowledge that the devastating potential of low-cost, crewless systems guided by artificial intelligence. Now, in that attack, Kyiv launched more than 100 drones deep into Russian territory, obliterating 5 military bases, damaging more than 40 aircraft, as we know. The AI-guided operation sending shock waves across the globe, with videos circulated online showing Russian bombers and fighter jets exploding on the exposed tarmacs. As seen as a significant win for Ukraine, this highlighted the ease with which today, in relatively inexpensive drones, can dismantle a sophisticated air force. This carries big-time implications for the U.S., especially in contested regions like the Pacific. And it has to make you much more aware of how vulnerable we are as a nation, according to Senator John Boozman of Arkansas, who is chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Military, Construction, and Veterans Affairs. The Ukrainians defeated the Russian Navy without owning any ships, and now they've decimated their Air Force with virtually no Air Force of their own. Lawmakers, military officials warned that U.S. aircraft remain unprotected, many parked in open areas without adequate shelter or camouflage. This could spur a reevaluation of defense spending and strategies, including investment in counter-drone systems. hardened aircraft shelters, and camouflage technology. Air Force Chief of Staff General David Alvin called these Ukrainian strikes a wake-up moment and suggested the damage, estimated at $7 billion, would weigh heavily in defense budget discussions here. Yes, seemingly impenetrable locations, maybe or not. The Air Force said it maintains a high state of readiness to defend against a range of threats and invests in layered defenses, early warning systems, and rapid response protocols to handle airborne threats, including drone swarms. This is it's a whole new world when it comes to this drone technology. Technically, the way I look at it, what Ukraine was able to accomplish deep in the heart of Russia, thousands of miles from the actual front lines, to me, that was akin to hearkening back to the, first of all, you had the beeper attacks that Israel pulled off about a year ago, then the walkie-talkies, things like this that take so much advanced preparation and time. They said it took a year and a half to get these drones all positioned and stationed throughout Russian territory. It's a whole new world. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All righty, well, good morning to David, checking it from Clearwater, Florida this morning. Good to have you with us. Not sure, Gary, not sure where his home 20 is, but he said you can definitely smell the smoke from the wildfires. Yeah, Pappy out of the box. What's going on, Pappy? Good morning.
Steve, are you kidding me, man? Are they for real that this raises concern? Where the hell have they been, Steve? Dude, do they got to listen to your show? We've been talking about this for 2 years. 2 years ago, I told you how easy it would be to fly a drone 5 miles away and fly it into a football stadium and cause problems.
Mm-hmm.
And then with all this crap that happened, about 6-7 months ago, with all these UFOs and aerial drones, what the hell is going on?
Right.
Steve, the mess that the Biden administration left us, dude, we're in trouble. And this Chinese couple, these communist Chinese couple, bringing this fungus in. There was something else a few months ago that happened. And Steve, it's just what they have done by opening these borders. And we've been talking about it till we're blue in the face. Steve, we are so close to a nuclear war breaking out.
Mm-hmm.
This puts the Cuban Missile Crisis to shame. They got, Vic probably knows a lot more about this, but under our treaties, our nuclear treaties, these nuclear bombers, these bombers that carry nukes, have to be put out on the tarmacs so each other can keep an eye on each other to make sure they're not launching their nuclear bombers. It's part of a treaty agreement. So when Ukraine bombed these bombers, these nuclear bombers,
mm-hmm.
Putin could have been thinking, holy crap, they're going to strike us. They're taking out our nuclear bombers. They're going to strike us with a nuke. The way the EU's been running their mouth, and Germany over there, and NATO. One little slip-up, Steve, one little missile launch that's mistaken for a nuclear warhead on it when it's not, and guess what? Button starts getting pushed. I think it was a year or two ago, I talked about how many close calls we came in from, on nuclear war breaking out because of a glitch in this computer or that computer. And with the games they're playing over there, unbelievable. And for them to come out and just now say, oh, we need to take a look at this.
I mean, we have been talking about China has been amassing these massive, launching hundreds or thousands of drones. I mean, they've got video showing how that they've got them launched in formation, and if you had something of that nature, I guess Ukraine just proved how devastating it could be. But I mean, the sheer mass number of drones that could come in at the same time, you'd never be able to take them all out.
If you can snuggle 1 kilo of cocaine or fentanyl or heroin over the border, right? Just 1 little kilo.
Yep.
That's the size of a pretty good, decent little sized drone that's packed away and put away in a little bag. And how many thousands, 100,000s of pounds of this stuff do we hear about coming over? I don't know, man. I'm just saying. Kind of ticked me off there.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Not you did.
Right. Well, when they're saying officials and defense officials are saying, hey, we have to reevaluate this. Yeah, we didn't. I didn't. Yeah. It kind of harkens back to Miller and said, I didn't see that coming, right?
Steve, I heard this. They said Trump wasn't aware of that assassination attempt on Putin when he was in that helicopter and they launched the drones at him. Like 2 days after that, Trump wasn't aware of that. What? Are you telling us the truth? Because if that's true, what the hell is going on? Why does not the President of the United States know about that? Steve, if that is true, we got problems, man. Who's briefing the president? Is it part of these holdouts? When we talk about we got to get rid of some people, who's briefing the president, man? If that's true. Or are they just trying to cover for Trump and he didn't know about it? I mean, bull.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, man. If that's true, I'll be like, all right, who briefed the president the next day after that happened? And why didn't he know about that? You're fired. See ya. Bye-bye. Go get your little job in the weaponized military complex or whatever you're going to do, but you're no longer working for the government, advising the president of the United States. All right, I'm going to get off here, brother. Man, it's been off. It was off the hook earlier, Steve. I won't name the agency, but the agency where you live at started the pursuit. And man, it was a good one. It went on for a while. He was going the wrong way on the highway. Managed to get off right up at the district where I was going. I kind of got involved. Not really. I was there when it all ended and everything, but it was a good one. And and all over the county. It's kind of quieted down a little bit now, but it was just off the hook there for a while.
Wow.
So, all right.
Thank you for the update.
Thanks, buddy.
Safe travels. There you go. And we'll return into...
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, looks like your prices at the pump are coming down. The benchmark diesel price used to set most fuel surcharges fell to its lowest level since September of 2021. The latest average weekly retail diesel price published by the Department of Energy, the Energy Information Administration, at $3.45 a gallon, down 3.6 cents from the prior week, and has now declined 7 of the past 8 weeks. It was September 20 of 2021. The price posted at $3.40 per gallon. Every price since then has been higher than what was posted this week. Those declines offset in part by a 6-cent gain from 2 weeks ago, have taken the Department of Energy price down 18.8 cents a gallon since the decline started after an April 7th posting of $3.63. Now, the latest reduction comes against a backdrop of futures trading on the CMA Commodity Exchange in ultra-low sulfur diesel that's been mostly on a downward trend for almost 3 weeks now. Although the first 2 days of trading this week were significantly higher, but would not be showing up yet in retail prices. Futures prices moved up Monday despite the weekend news that the OPEC Plus group was going to increase output in July by another 411,000 barrels per day. The uncertainty when it comes to Ukraine, Russia, Iran, in particular in the Middle East, that's what's really kind of bolstering, at least keeping prices per barrel up as they are. It is 844-844-3388. We'll close out hour number one, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with the demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he spoke with Russia's President Vladimir Putin today. Trump says it was a good conversation, but not a conversation that will lead to immediate peace. He says Putin told him Russia will have to respond to Ukraine's recent drone attack on the airfields. The call lasted around an hour, 15 minutes. Elon Musk is calling for President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill to be killed.
In a post on X, Musk said a new spending bill should be drafted that doesn't massively grow the deficit and increase the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. In a later post, he urged Americans to call their senators and congressmen saying bankrupting America is not okay. Kill the bill. Musk has been highly critical of the spending bill in the days since ending his work with Doge for the White House. I'm Brian Shook.
The FBI is calling for public tips on children hurt in gender-affirming surgeries. The agency shared a post on X.
Help the FBI protect children. As the Attorney General has made clear, we will protect our children and hold accountable those who mutilate them under the guise of gender-affirming care. President Trump issued an executive order earlier this year titled Protecting Children from Chemical and Surgical Mutilation. They're asking for tips of any hospitals, clinics, or practitioners performing the surgical procedures on children. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Trump administration is rescinding a Biden policy that requires hospitals to provide emergency abortions.
I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother.
A policy was enacted in 2022 by the Department of Health and Human Services that required doctors to perform abortions in emergency departments if it serves as a stabilizing treatment for an emergency medical condition. Now Health and Human Services has rescinded the policy and said it would work to rectify any perceived legal confusion and instability created by the former administration's actions. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
A man is now charged in connection to the bombing of a fertility clinic in California after he was taken into custody at JFK Airport.
Authorities believe Daniel Park may have helped to provide the material to make the bomb.
Park was in possession of an explosive recipe that was similar to the Oklahoma City bombing. We believe that Park had knowledge of how to create an amphibomb, ammonium nitrate fuel oil bomb.
Akil Davis, assistant director of the FBI's Los Angeles field office. Park was charged in federal court in Brooklyn with providing and attempting to provide material support to a terrorist. The bomber, Guy Edward Bartkus, was killed and several others hurt in the May 17th bombing of the clinic in Palm Springs. I'm Kristen Marks.
Vicky Palladino, a Republican New York City councilwoman, says Democratic mayoral candidate Assemblyman Zoran Mandami should be deported.
That's what Palladino wrote in a post on X Monday night.
Deport, period.
Palladino, appearing on a New York City radio show Wednesday, says Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, is a danger to New York City.
This is a guy who's got a radical agenda. It's laced with anti-Semitism, Marxism, and anti-Americanism.
She also claimed the 32-year-old Ugandan-born Mamdani, who became a U.S. citizen in 2019, supports
the leaders of Hezbollah, the leaders of Hamas.
Mamdani is responding, saying he's been a victim of Islamophobia and death threats since launching his run for mayor. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
A new day underway. All right, so we're making our way into a Thursday, 5th day of June. Start looking toward the weekend, right? Buckeye boy, so he said, so much for the shower. They had 8 people waiting. I'm not waiting that long. I'll check back in the morning before I head out after breakfast. Wow. Everybody in line for a late night shower tonight? All right. Somebody said, how much are showers these days? And he said, $18. But I get them free from Love's because I get all my fuel. All right. All the fuel from Love's. $18. Wow. All right. Gary says 71 degrees here in southwest Ohio. Very humid tonight. Yes, that is true. And as I mentioned a bit ago, only place we're really seeing some stronger storms is the Texas Panhandle region. And as expect, 60-mile-an-hour winds, ping-pong ball-size hail, they say, some of these storms in the Texas Panhandle region. Yeah, aside from that, most areas that are seeing the rain, it's just general rain. Some of it rather heavy, but nothing reaching severe levels tonight. Yeah, from the Great Lakes down to the Midwest. All right, meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. In the state of Wyoming, the Transportation Commission awarding 2 emergency repair contracts to 2 different companies as they continue their work on reopening the Green River Tunnel there. The 2 emergency bids awarded during a special meeting on May 27. Of course, the repairs stemming from the damage the tunnel sustained in February after that massive pile-up crash that involved multiple semi-trucks and a fire. According to the Wyoming News, Halophane was awarded $1.03 million, a contract for tunnel lighting equipment to replace the damaged light fixtures. A second emergency contract awarded to DiBernardi Construction. Little over $750,000. That project includes concrete repair, removal of the current damaged lighting system, media blasting of the tunnel lining in areas where no repair is required. For the last few months, DOT crews and consultants had been working to assess the extent of the damage to the tunnels there. Engineers, they say, right now working on the final plans for permanent repairs. Those plans expected to be complete and open for bids by early next month. The hope is to get the complete repairs in a time frame that would allow for the reopening of the Green River Tunnel before the next winter season, which, I don't even want to think about that. It won't take long, will it? All right, see what Eagle, wake up, Eagle. I don't know if you're aware or not. Eagle, you performed a stunt last night that no one has ever done before. You were talking to us and got like mid-sentence and actually dozed off. Eagle? Is he sleeping? Okay, he did it again. Wow, he hadn't been there that long. All right, and what is a doomsday fish? Yeah, I've heard the name before. 2 separate incidents in the past week. These very rare deep sea, they're actually oarfish, but they're nicknamed a doomsday fish, have washed up on beaches. One in India, one in Tasmania. There are ancient legends and online speculations. Some cultures believe the oarfish are harbingers of natural disaster. These monstrous snake-like appearance, these huge silvery fish, is also linked to wild stories of sea serpents. Oarfish are one of the longest bony fish species in the world. Now, fishermen in India pulled a 30-foot long oarfish from the water, described as shimmering silver with a red crest. Yeah, I mean, this fish so large, and I'm looking at some of the photos, it took a half dozen men to handle it. Onlookers sharing images via social media. Several days later, a dog walker in Tasmania's west coast discovering another oarfish on Ocean Beach. She said, I knew it was something unusual and weird. I could see it was a long fish. I had no idea what kind of fish it was, but as I got closer, the beautiful coloring around its head, purples and blues, the markings were fabulous. She said the fish was a good 3 paces in length. And one of the photos I'm looking at here, it looks like another fish had taken a bite out of it in the side there. Had some injuries, but otherwise in good condition. She took some photos, posted them on social media, where it was confirmed to be an oarfish. Those photos quickly went viral. We're seeing a lot of these rare doomsday fish washing up these days, aren't we? Says one commenter. Apparently, these fish live thousands of feet below the ocean surface. They're rarely seen alive. Scientists say they usually appear when they're either disoriented, sick, or near death. Rumor has it, the doomsday fish. All right, let's take a look at our trucking industry. Some of the market indicators have turned positive, but only due to seasonal fluctuations. According to the OOIDA Foundation, their freight market update for May, seasonal increases across the flatbed and reefer market were behind the total spot market cycle indicator, turning positive for the first time in 32 months. But they say, don't let this chart fool you. An overview of the market showed that the volume demand were weakening, capacity loosening, operating costs were falling, rates were rising. Starting with the van market, demand was down in 4 of 6 regions. The largest decrease was in the Northeast, down 20%. Rates were also down in half those regions. Tariffs have been expected to begin negatively impacting sales and inventory ratios in either May or here in June. Household appliances wholesalers have been performing well since late 23. We predict this is going to change in the coming months due to tariffs. And how this might impact demand overall. In the flatbed market, the Southeast and Northeast regions saw more favorable demand ratios compared to other locations. All 6 regions reported increased rates, though. A decrease in the flatbed composite index, driven by cement and concrete product, as well as oil and gas. The median price for existing single-family homes increased in March, while the number of sales dropped year over year. On to the reefer market, demand was higher throughout the West Coast and the Northeast regions. Rates increased by the largest amount in the Southeast region, but volumes are substantially lower than they were in 2019, which is a bad indicator for freight demand, according to the foundation. The market continues to be plagued with persistent overcapacity. Tariffs could further exacerbate the issue by raising prices for farmers. So overall, according to the Cass Shipment Index, the trade war is likely to extend the for-higher freight recession. Higher prices, reduced goods affordability, and consumers' real incomes. Now, with the demand outlook kind of choppy, it's not clear when the transportation industry's finances will turn up. Truck employment increased overall, but still down year over year. So some of the latest in the industry headlines. And as far as rates are concerned, the folks at Landline took a bit of a deeper dive into cabotage. We've all heard the word for those in the industry. Yeah, many not in the trucking industry probably never even heard the word cabotage before. But for those in the industry, many drivers believe it could very well be impacting their bottom line. Tell you more on that discussion just ahead. And, of course, get back to the calls. Let's see, Sasquatch on board. The Plowboy will be checking in. And 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Hello to Rick in Columbus, who says his Reds got stomped. So I guess that means they lost 2 out of 3 in the series there with the Brewers, I believe it was, correct? Lord Weiss, 2-time world champion, Bull Holler. Morning, Steve, 64 with some rain in Oakwood, Illinois. After a short break, I'm fixing to load this powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a short, fast trip to western Tennessee. It's an epic night in the heartland, and shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Parks Company's International World Headquarters. Here, let me get to Sasquatch. Good morning.
Good morning. I have a question about these doctor's office doing this whatever manipulation to these children that want to be a different gender for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
But yet we can send an 18-year-old over with an M16 and shoot people, but he can't have a beer because he's only 18, not 21.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know that's about as different as night and day, but tell me how this 14, 15-year-old knows that they want to be that way or whatever they want to do, but yet we can't tell them that. We can't tell them anything that, oh, no, you can't do that, or, yeah, that's all right, do whatever you want to do. But yet when you tell them that there's only an XX or an XY, they get offended. But yet our government can tell an 18-year-old where to go and how to act because he's in the military.
Yeah.
I know that's a little far-fetched, but I'm kind of having some issues with that because, how can that 14, 15-year-old know what he's doing when we have to train our 18-year-olds what to do when it comes to military or older, whatever? I don't know if I'm making sense with that or not.
It does. I get where you're coming from, and I wish I had answers, but I don't. There's an agenda out there, Sasquatch, as you know.
Right. And now, as far as the people that are medically doing this to these children, okay, I got a bullet that doesn't have any fingerprints on it. I can help with that executive order if we need to do that. Oh, I didn't mean to say that out loud. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's just flat out wrong. If you want to do there ain't no 12, 13, 14-year-old kid, 15, 16, no, and I'll get crucified for it, but there's no way that they can tell. They ain't even figured out what they want to do in high school yet, much less do all that. Nah.
Right.
Nah.
And I think
in
way too many cases, they'll do some of these things, and then when they get older and truly mature, they regret what they've done. And some things, there ain't no going back.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And don't get me wrong, President Trump has done a lot of good, but I also think that when we have to sign an executive order to protect our children from people like this, to me, I get it, it needed to be done, but when we have other stuff that we need to worry about, we shouldn't be worrying about this. People should have a common sense and common dignity not to do something, whether you're a doctor or medical or they want to pay. No, stop. And I just think that it's totally, a waste of government entities to have to do something like that to protect people from people that are more educated than these children, that brings harm to them. When the more educated people should know better. But yet, it comes down to the almighty dollar. Okay, I'm done. I'm off my soapbox.
Hey, good to hear from you, Sasquatch. Like I said,
yes, sir.
I wish I had answers. Yeah, there are some things that sane, rational people just, we can't wrap our head around it because there's something wrong in the minds of certain individuals, right? Child sexual predators. How is it? How could anyone think that way? It's warped minds, and we just can't grasp it. But the sad reality is they're out there. All right, it is 844-844-3388. All right, got a couple of minutes. We'll get to Plowboy. If we need more time, we'll hold through the break. Morning, Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve. Medical malpractice, and he ought to have his license jerked, burnt, and threw in the fire. And that's about where I'll stop because that's. By the way, good morning, sir. But no, I mean it's just incredibly crazy. But the damnedest thing about it, he said 14, 15.
Yeah.
How about 6, 7, 8? That they don't know whether they want to be a ballerina or a Pappy's dispatcher. And I mean, I'm trying to go on both sides of everything because they don't. Well, you've seen people want to become an astronaut, and mind changes less than an hour, less than a minute. Yeah. But I mean, it's just incredibly crazy. Couple of other things. Mainly what I was thinking about, last night I caught and I lost time to call. I I'm hearing so much about the logistics of the Mexico race. Have you heard anything about that today? Is it still going on? Don't really.
Oh, everything's supposed to be full speed ahead, but there are just a lot of folks questioning the security. I mean, it ain't going to be I can't see anyone from here trying to travel down there. We've got State Department advisories, like I was talking a couple nights ago, advising you not to travel.
Correct.
Down in there.
Correct. Okay. Braindad made a comment about it would not be logistically possible. Steve, now, does this not happen every year or every other year? How many times have we heard the NFL, just saw it happen to the Bills, come down and they're playing one of the last games of the season, and they got 10 foot of snow up there.
And they move,
They move it to Detroit. So what's the damn difference? Can't we move this damn thing up here to San Antonio? Don't we have a track down there we just spent millions of billions of dollars on to build, or anywhere? I mean, the safety ought to be the prime instance in the pudding right there, just because I don't want any driver to get killed. I don't want to give a damn if he drives a Toyota or a Chevrolet. I'm just worried about the drivers and whoever goes down there is their security. Because anymore, the security is not security that as we know it, because we don't know what the Mexican government and the cartels can do. But on the lighter side, have you got everything bought for your barbecue? Or the back one, the reason why I'm asking.
For
barbecues for your ports. Have you seen where Johnsonville is closing down one of their plants? I think quite a few.
I have not caught that. Now, hold the thought. We got to pause there. News break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he spoke with Russia's President Vladimir Putin today. Trump says it was a good conversation, but not a conversation that will lead to immediate peace. He says Putin told him Russia will have to respond to Ukraine's recent drone attack on the airfields. The call lasted around an hour, 15 minutes. The FBI is calling for public tips on children hurt in gender-affirming surgeries. The agency shared a post on X.
Help the FBI protect children. As the Attorney General has made clear, we will protect our children and hold accountable those who mutilate them under the guise of gender-affirming care. President Trump issued an executive order earlier this year titled Protecting Children from Chemical and Surgical Mutilation. They're asking for tips of any hospitals, clinics, or practitioners performing the surgical procedures on children. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, pick it back up there. Plowbob was talking about the logistics. Let me break down from NASCAR, where this past day they said the first trucks of a week-long convoy to Mexico City actually crossed the border Monday to begin set up for the first international points race in NASCAR Cup Series history. Tom Bryant, NASCAR Vice President of Racing Operations, who has spearheaded the organizational logistics for the June 15 race, said planning began nearly a year ago. It has included multiple trips to the border crossing in Laredo to meet with officials from Customs and Border Protection and Mexican custom agencies. It's been a ton of coordination, moving lots of people and lots of stuff safely and efficiently across a great distance and an international border. This was what they call the Hauler Talk podcast. He said there's a lot to it, but the key is just to define the problem. We've got to get these people, all these things, from point A to point B within a certain period of time. How do we do it in a way that's going to best position us to be ready to go to work as soon as we hit the ground down there? Because it's a pretty tight window. It is a nearly 40-hour drive from Michigan International Speedway, where this Sunday's Cup race is, to Mexico City. Bryant, an Army Ranger whose military background has proven useful in logistics, will arrive in Laredo Saturday to help guide the crossing by the Xfinity Series teams, which will arrive on Sunday morning from North Carolina. Cup teams will swap out cars and begin preparing for the drive south of the border, actually before and during the Michigan race Sunday, so that the haulers can leave immediately after the checkered flag. The Cup Series teams are then scheduled for a Monday night arrival at the Laredo border for a Tuesday crossing. They will enter the garage at the Autodromo Rodriguez at 2 o'clock Thursday afternoon. Literally every hour from Sunday morning till about noon on Tuesday is planned, and there are events tied to it. And by gosh, it better happen on time, he says. NASCAR has enlisted the assistance of Rocket Cargo, an international logistics company that actually handled getting 200 haulers to Mexico City on Taylor Swift's recent Era concert tour. This company also works with Formula One, and they will handle World Cup events next year. When it comes to navigating international borders and moving stuff on the ground, they've been a tremendous help, he said. They will also augment our security for all of our trucks. We're not anticipating any issue. Those guys have been doing it for 45 years and haven't had an issue, so knock on wood, we're going to keep that record going from them. To enter Mexico, all the equipment and tools in every NASCAR hauler must be documented on an exhaustive manifest. Although the original plan was to seal the trucks at Michigan before departure, border officials relaxed that requirement after attending the Circuit of the Americas race and observing NASCAR operations. The NASCAR haulers will drive through a massive X-ray machine upon entry to Mexico. They've determined our folks did such a good job getting those manifests straight and listing all that equipment. They had an opportunity to review it. Now, I'm confident with the work we've done ahead of time and with the Border Patrol authorities on both sides of the border, we're going to be able to get our convoy soon in a pretty relatively short amount of time. But I guess it's a logistical nightmare to get it all down there, Plowboy.
Damn. Yeah. Wow. All I can say, I hope everybody's safe in and out. But, it's just amazing. All right. More power to them. I just hope and pray for the best, whoever wins down there. But I sure as hell wouldn't go down there. You couldn't pay me enough. But I asked you about your barbecue before you went there.
Yeah.
Did you see where we're closing that Johnsonville plant up there, however you pronounce that name of town in Illinois, kicking 300 people to the curb? And I mean, it's just, things are falling. I can't figure it out. Acts like nobody's got any hope for us to come back under Trump's administration. Whereas if Dum-Dum would have got back in there, things would have been business as usual. I just can't figure this situation out. Then you turn to another page, and they're going to shut down a truck tire facility. I don't know if you caught a word of that out of Luzerne, Tennessee. 685 people kicked to the curb. July the 31st, Brickstone. I mean, it just is amazing how everybody's getting a weak need, and I think give it a while. Hell, I think it's going to come back. Maybe not as fast as everybody wants to, but I don't know, Steve. It's just amazing. But Steve, I accuse you last night of keeping me up, thinking.
Right.
You had a story. You know where you're going. You know where I'm going. I think you do. This Chinese friend then going to test some crap over here, as in bioterrorism, agri-terrorism.
Yes.
Oh my God! All I can say is thank God they got caught, and I hope there's nothing else involved in it, because, Steve, I don't know how many damn Democrats, a few others, wishy-washy Republicans, have not a problem selling our land to the damn Chinese. Now, say if that been in a container and it had not been caught.
Yeah.
What would we be talking about?
Well, and I mean, I don't know if have you seen any of the photographs? It looks like little itsy bitsy Ziploc baggies and just a very small amount of whatever it is. I guess they were going to bring it in and try to culture it and grow it. Now, how the customs were able to actually detect this, I don't know. But it's amazing that they did.
Them.
Yeah.
Because I'm glad they tear their crap apart. Really, I am. And I've had customs go through my crap before with intercontinental shipments. And I fussed and cussed about it. But damn, probably I'll give them a praise and applause, because thank you, Jesus, for these customs officials. Because what has happened is hasn't been mismarked or not caught in the middle of a damn container. Steve, hell, from what I've been told, maize, barley, wheat, and all this good stuff that we depend upon our bread and your beer, we might have been. What would you have done if Miller was rationed your beer?
I might be in a world of hurt there, Plowboy.
I mean, this is absolutely crazy how everybody's. I'll get off here, but appreciate it, Steve. Thanks,
all right, good to hear from you. Thanks, Plowboy. Have a good morning. Let me see. Let's see. Take two. Are you with us, Eagle?
Yeah. Hello?
Hey, we got you.
Yeah, I'm here tonight. Yeah, man, Steve, brother. I don't know what happened. Well, I did a lot of driving yesterday, man. I listened to the show when I was driving today. I didn't even know you put me on the air. The sad part about it is I don't even remember picking up the telephone last night when I fell asleep while I was talking to you. I was in shock when I heard that on there when I was driving today.
That was amazing, Eagle. Yeah. I never before. There's a first time for everything, brother, but you fell asleep mid-sentence. That was great.
Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. I don't even, like I said, I don't even remember picking up the phone. That's what, I don't know what the hell happened. I was talking about, what the hell was that, China or something, and next thing I know, I was out like a light. So
yes, you were.
Yeah, but I'm up ready to go tonight, though. But y'all a couple of things to talk about, Steve. I want to get this NASCAR situation, because things are real bad in Mexico right now. A lot of bad stuff is going on in Mexico. NASCAR, like I said, down in Texas where I live at, I think it's a road course type of event down in Mexico City, I think, is what they got going on. They could easily go down to Austin, Texas at that track and run this race and don't have to worry about all this security problems. Like I said, NASCAR taking a big risk, Steve, because I can understand if it was if it was in one of the border states, where they didn't have to travel so far, but they going all the way deep into Mexico, the bottom part of Mexico, and then not only going down, and then they figure out to get the hell out of there after the race. So they putting their race teams, their fans, and also the drivers. I haven't heard any NASCAR drivers speak out about it. Mm-hmm. Maybe next week, maybe as it gets closer to the race, maybe some of the drivers might have something to say. But as of right now, I haven't heard no drivers voice their opinion about whether they go or not. But you can't really say what you want to say in NASCAR. You can clearly see that in NASCAR. The drivers with Kyle Busch, because Kyle Busch, he's one of the most outspoken, and Denny Hamlin, and you don't even hear from them guys. So you know that they have some kind of they told these drivers to be careful what they say, because I guarantee you Kyle Busch got an opinion about it, and he's very quiet. So like I said, NASCAR, they got a big decision to make in the coming days, but like I said, it makes no sense, Steve, because like I said, we got several road courses. They can go to Watkins Glen or other. They even go out to California, Sonoma, California track, and run the race. And then, like I said, you ain't got to worry about all this terrorism and all that, because we got some dangerous stuff going on right now. And these people are desperate now, Steve. These Democrats and these other people, they trying to do the same thing they did to Trump the first time with these two. They claim that the COVID virus. And speaking of that, I'm going to talk about that for a second before I get to these Chinese people that tried to come in with this bioweapon. Now, see, it's not going to happen the way they think it is this time, Steve, because, see, it wasn't a mistake the first time that the COVID virus got turned loose in the U.S. But Donald Trump, he's a lot smarter, and American people are a lot smarter than they was back in 2020, brother. So, it's not going to be Trump's not going to shut the United States down like he did last time. It's not going to be people scared to come out of their homes. It's not going to be people forced to wear masks, forced to do this, forced to do that. American people, there might be a few people who go along with the games, but most American people are not going to do what they did in 2020. At least I know I'm not. So I'm going to continue driving my truck and making money. I'll be damned if I'm gonna let them keep me in my house scared to come out about some virus that you can't see. So we'll see what happens in the coming weeks. Now, as far as this other thing goes with the China virus, with these Chinese nationals trying to bring in this bioweapon, these individuals, they need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. For what they do, because this is a dangerous situation that these people are trying to do. And like Trump said, Steve, Trump is closing off the borders. I seen the video today, and it's something that should have been done a long time ago. It's not about racism. I'm so sick of people using that bogus race card all the time. This is about the safety of the United States of America. If your country is on a terrorist watch list, if your country is a country that's deemed a threat to the United States and the people that live here, you're damn right you're not welcome in this country, and that don't make you a racist by thinking that way. And I'm sick of people saying that about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is doing this for the safety of America. If you're trying to get in the country and you from Iran or Iraq, two countries that are known to hate and despise the United States, and you're telling that you won't be allowed in unless you're thoroughly checked. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's simple as that. Donald Trump is doing that for the safety of the American citizen. It's unlike Joe Biden, and that's the reason why we got all these ICE agents all over America right now, Steve, on the hunt for people going looking under rocks, crevices, looking up under anything they can find. Because of what Biden, in the 4 years he was in, I forgot what, nobody knows what the total number of individuals that was let into this country by that loser. And now Donald Trump has to go state by state trying to look for these people and get them locked up and get them out of the country. That's totally unnecessary. So anybody that's out there, Steve, that's even thinking about voting for a Democrat, it's hard to believe that I'm even saying that. If you allow a Democrat to get back in the White House, the same thing is going to happen, whether it be Kamala Harris or that loser Gavin Newsom or any other Crockett or any other name you come up with. They're gonna open that border wide open again, and these same people that they kicking out the country, Steve, gonna be right back. They're gonna be on that caravan rolling right back to the USA for another 4 years for a wide open border. Because I promise you, Kamala Harris damn sure ain't gonna close it. She didn't close it the first time she was in the White House. And I guarantee you she won't close it the second time she get in the White House. So I'm supporting everything that Donald Trump is doing, and he round up as many of them as he can, because these people, if you come in the right way, you're more than welcome. I've said this so many times on your show, Steve. You're more than welcome to come to the USA for a great American dream. If you want to come in the right way, do the proper paperwork, but you have no right to bogart your way and come across the line without doing the proper paperwork and think that the United States owe you something, because we don't owe you nothing but a plane ticket back to where you come from. Just that simple. So Donald Trump is doing the right thing, and all I can say is USA #1, and keep doing what you're doing, Donald Trump, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Good to have you awake. Thank you, Eagle. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
As Eagle was mentioning there, the travel ban announced this past day from a number of countries, kind of resurrecting a ban, similar to his first term as president. This will affect people from a dozen countries from entering the U.S. Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, the Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen. In addition to the ban, which will take effect at 12:01 a.m. Monday, so at the midnight hour Sunday night, there will also be heightened restrictions on visitors from Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. Trump said in the proclamation, "I must act to protect the national security and national interest of the United States and its people." Now, this is one of the executive orders from January 20 that required the Department of State, Homeland Security, and the Director of National Intelligence all work together and put together a report. I want to know which countries harbor hostile attitudes toward the United States and whether entry from certain countries would represent a national security risk. So this is what they had come up with, that list. Of course, we know during his first term, he had issued an executive order back in 2017. Certain countries, predominantly Muslim countries, travelers from those nations were either barred from getting on their flights to the U.S. or detained at U.S. airports after they landed. which included students and faculty, as well as business people, tourist people visiting friends and family. Many referenced it as the Muslim ban or the travel ban. Legal challenges forced them to kind of retool that until there was a version that was finally upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court there in 2018. So whatever they learned then, I presume, is now in place. Any legal challenges should not be relevant. The Supreme Court had already ruled on this. The ban affected various categories of travelers from Iran, Somalia, Yemen, Syria, Libya, plus North Koreans. All right, based on national security grounds. It is 844-844-3388. All right, coming up. Brain Dead checks in. What do we have in the world of sports tonight? Knucklebuster on board. We'll see, hey, Mike. It's a Friday Eve, correct? And so many others. All right, get a brand new day underway. And we will get back to the rest of the story on the cabotage rules, which apparently, according to some, are being broken on a daily basis in this country, which is driving down, continuing to hold freight rates abysmally low, as you know. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed a proclamation banning travel from 12 countries, citing security risks. The proclamation fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 nations. The list includes Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. The deportation of the family of the man accused of committing a fire attack against a pro-Israel protest in Boulder, Colorado, is being blocked. Earlier today, the U.S. District Judge issued a ruling that bars the Trump administration from removing the wife and 5 children of Mohammed Sabri Salaman. The judge found that deportation without process could work irreparable harm. Elon Musk is taking aim at President Trump's massive so-called Big Beautiful Bill less than a week after bowing out of government service.
President Trump has dubbed the tax cuts and spending plans as a Big Beautiful Bill. On Tuesday, his recently close advisor Elon Musk called it outrageous, saying, "Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong." This is not the first time that Mr. Musk has attacked the bill. He said he was disappointed after House Republicans passed it last month month, adding that it would increase the budget deficit and undermine the work that the DOGE team is doing. The White House press secretary said the president stood behind his bill. Kate Fisher, Washington.
President Trump is doubling down on calls to eliminate the country's debt ceiling.
Trump said he's pleased to finally agree with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren on something after she called to get rid of it forever. Trump said the debt ceiling should be scrapped to prevent an economic catastrophe, calling it too devastating to be put in the hands of political people. The president said Republicans and Democrats need to come together to get this done. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 91 points. The S&P 500 gained less than a point. The Nasdaq rose by 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The thing that does well are Broadway hits.
Revenue is down at the Kennedy Center since President Trump took over the board of the D.C. Performing Arts Institute.
Revenue from season passes is down 36%. That's a drop of nearly $1.6 million. Single ticket sales over the last 2 months were down 50% compared to the same time last year. Trump said at a recent board dinner that he had eliminated diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and brought back family-friendly programming that will attract large audiences. More than a dozen acts have canceled their performances following Trump's takeover. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Toxic seaweed is shattering records in overwhelming beaches around the Caribbean.
Last month, the seaweed grew to over 37 million tons, and the amount of seaweed is expected to grow even more this month. Issues start when the seaweed washes ashore, rots, and emits hydrogen sulfide, which smells like rotten eggs and can cause breathing problems for people with sensitivities. Smaller amounts also appeared in the Florida Keys, southeastern Florida beaches, the Mississippi Delta, and the Texas coast. I'm Brian Shook.
The Department of Justice is looking into the list of people former President Biden gave pardons to.
It comes as concerns rise about Biden's state of mind while he served his final months in office. Biden granted clemency and pardoned over 1,500 people in his final weeks, including members of his family and death row inmates. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Rolling into a Thursday from time zone to time zone. Yeah, the little update on my monitor says rainy days ahead. Yeah, you think? I know we're in a zone between now and Saturday. Could pick up a couple of inches of rain, they're telling us. All right, so with that in mind, yes, I did make it out and mow the lawn this past day. Is it mow the lawn or cut the grass? I think if you have an estate, you mow the lawn. When you live in a shack, you gotta get out and cut the grass. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve-O. You were mentioning something last night about my days. I've got Monday off, so technically Tuesday is my Monday and Sunday is my Friday. I got a 6-day work week.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I didn't want to confuse you too much like Eagle, but if Eagle would just simply go back and listen to the first part of the hour where you were talking about the whole logistics part, I totally agree with him about moving the race, but like you were saying, logistically, it's not possible. They put a lot of work into this.
Yeah.
This is something you just can't move. But Plowboy did make a good point of why don't they just move it, before all the logistics part of it. It's because of the contracts. They have a contract with the city or the county, the municipality, different vendors to hold the races there, and you can't just break the contract because you feel threatened. It's like, why do you think they try to run as much of the race as possible? Because they want to get as much of the contract in.
Yeah.
And it's like the Chicago Street Course. They're setting up for it coming up for July the 4th. There's a lot of the logistics and planning right there. So you have that aspect of it. Because, see, if there's a problem with, say, the NFL game, remember when we had the Buffalo Bills get snowed out? All the commissioner did was say, hey, listen, Detroit, we're going to use your stadium. And there's nothing the Detroit Lions can say about it. Nothing. You've got to remember the two only players in this whole NASCAR world is SMI and ISC. So where do you go from here? Because you've got to use one of their tracks or one of their tracks. And like you were saying, the logistics part of it, if you have a problem at Kansas, how do you divert everything to, say, Vegas or Phoenix or you get where this is going?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and then the whole prospect that they're going to swap their cars out literally like in Michigan, and 40-hour drive from Michigan to Mexico City. Man, oh, man.
That's what they do when they all do the West Coast swing. They'll run out to Phoenix with one set of cars, or Vegas, I can't remember which one it is, and then they'll be in the hotel parking lot, and they're working and setting up the cars for that next race out there.
Yeah.
Like the teams will have a special hauler that will go out there with all the parts, the pieces, and everything, and just to go back. So I mean, it's like you say, it is logistically nightmare. But you got to remember though, NASCAR is a lot different than other sports. So we got to let's get it cranking on some of this stuff, Steve. Now remember last night I told you that there was a couple other big things that was going on in the world of sports where am I at? There it is. Going on in the world of sports that we're going to kind of loop together here. Now, number one, we're talking about Kansas City. There's actually baseball, football, and NASCAR I'm going to loop on with this. Now, the latest craze with all of these sports teams is what? The bigger, newer stadiums, right?
Right.
Well, I saw this article from KCUR about the Chiefs and the Royals are putting pressure to move. And Kansas City, Kansas is wanting to bring them over. And I see why they want to bring them over is because of the tax money, the tax dollars. You look at how old is the stadiums for the Royals and the Chiefs? They're back into what, the 60s, 70s, I think, something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but I know for a fact that not F1, the World Cup soccer teams are going to be holding a series of games at Arrowhead Stadium. They went and put in a bond issue on the ballot, if I think right this past election, that the voters turned down for $800 million for improvements. That the owners of the Chiefs had to pony up $550 million or something like that, an ungodly amount, and the voters voted it down. I don't blame the voters because yes, that is a big attraction. But I have seen the designs for this new stadium that they're proposing and bringing over to Kansas City as a dome and Kansas City, Kansas is a dome stadium. But now you've got that one aspect of it. The second aspect of it, where do you put it? The only other viable place I can think of, and I'm not up there, maybe Plowboy could help me, is what the racetrack is in Kansas City. So, with that being said, let me tie this little NASCAR bit onto it, Steve. Remember here a while back, they announced that Homestead, Miami is going to be getting the NASCAR track,
right,
the NASCAR championship race. And, well, Kansas and Chicagoland threw their name in the ring. Now, I don't know of what they're thinking with, but Kansas in early November, think about it. How many times have we said, hey, it's going to be sunny and 70 degrees, and the next day it's going to be 35 degrees with a chance of snow?
Mm-hmm.
So why would you want to hold your championship race with that? I mean, honestly, I could see holding it in Charlotte. I could see holding it in Darlington, Texas. I could see it holding it in any of those tracks, but I can't see holding it in Chicago or Kansas. What are your thoughts?
I think you're spot on. You don't want to run the risk of the inclement weather.
All right. So do you want to smash your break? I got a big story coming up.
Oh, big story. What category are we in?
Well, let's just say the Major League Baseball Players Association, the National Football Players Association, and the federal agents.
Okay. We'll be right back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Alrighty, we roll on into a brand new day. So they get the big story. What's the big story, Brain Dead?
All right, Steve. Now, what is the number one thing in all of sports? The biggest thing in all of sports?
I have no idea. Yeah, money?
The licensing. Remember all the NIL money?
Yeah.
This is also the licensing. So now, federal agents are starting an investigation they were contacted by the Baseball Players Association and the Football Players Association of the financial dealings related to a licensing firm called One Team Partners. Now, both these unions and their backers were briefed on the investigation. They can't really publicly speak about it because ESPN first reported about this. Now, there are no players involved in this. There's no targeted players, like Ichiro or, insert name here. But now the FBI and the Department of Labor are involved in this, which is concerned over the financial structure that One Team has. Now, One Team secures the media deals and leverages the NIL for the players of the NFL and NFL, baseball, and many other sports. And they make payments to the unions. Now, just last year alone, One Team paid the Baseball Players Association $45 million.
Wow.
And that was reported to the Department of Labor. Now, the Players Association, Tony Clark said is on one of the One Team board of directors. And the NFL Players Association's leader is Lloyd Howell, is also on that same board of directors. Now, One Team was founded in 2019, and they were in private partners, their private equity firm with Redbird Capital, and it has since grown into a multi-billion-dollar entity. Now, Smith left the Players Association in 2023, and Redbird sold his stake in 2022. Now, this is going to be an ongoing investigation that could be really bad for a lot of players and a lot of teams that use this one team. So they don't really say what it's all about. It's all about the financials. So now, really quickly, let me jump over here to college. College baseball is winding down. We're in the College World Series.
Right.
And unfortunately, Big Sexy and myself, we're not getting along right now. We're going to be at war this weekend. I feel sorry for anybody. But Murray State made their first ever College World Series playoff games. But now this is where the fun begins. Now, Wake Forest issued an apology after the coach's homophobic outburst during the Tennessee game to the third base coach, Tom Walter. I don't know what was said, but also to the Tennessee Vols players, Cannon Peebles. He was ejected to the game after he said something to the catcher who celebrated his strikeout. Also, too, while we're issuing an apologies here, the Gators coach also had to apologize, and the AD, after the coach went on an outburst as to why their game was an hour late. So, I have a few more things for college, but I'll hold that for another time, Steve. I'm kind of hungry. I got food in my lap. You have a good morning.
All right. You don't have you didn't put a steak and baked potato on the grill? Come on. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Back in 2.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, see what kind of baloney we got. Knucklebuster, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, I got some baloney, but we're going to put that disclaimer out first that some of my opinions may not necessarily be the opinions of Steve Sommers and his listeners, right? Keep you out of trouble there, so.
Okay.
Well, let's start out with it's a rainy day in June. The sky is gray, and I am blue. Trying to make it without you. That's a good Alan Jackson tone, but I'm glad you're on the air tonight because I'm not having to beat myself upside the head to stay awake all night, Steve. So I appreciate you being on the air today.
All right.
Yeah, you know, them NASCAR trucks, you said it was a 40-hour drive down there for them, Steve?
Yes.
Yeah, well, they'll probably do that in about 20 because they drive a speed limit everywhere they go, you know. So,
that's what I've heard. It's kind of like a high-speed bull hauler, right?
Right, absolutely there, yep. Ain't nothing wrong with that either there. I've been there and done that myself there. Well, you know, travel ban, I ain't planning on going over there anyway, so I don't need to see them over here either. So, best thing they can do is just stay in their part of the world, and I'll stay in mine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got some advice for anybody going westbound down there to Dallas, Texas. You better be past that Mount Pleasant scale house there before 6:30 in the morning, because that's when they open up. And not only did they have the way station personnel in there, but they had some bad-looking hombres down there on that far end in that wide spot telling them truck drivers, let me see your paperwork, please. So, you know, yeah, they was tearing them up in there. But I got a green light on my pre-pass, so I didn't have to worry about it there. So, what does Eagle mean that he didn't know what happened last night? Hell, Steve, he ought to know he went to sleep.
Said he didn't remember even picking up the phone. I mean, you ever had anyone fall asleep mid-sentence on you, though? That was a new one.
Oh, I know that's right there. Well, anyway, he needs to get him some of that hot shot kitchen eliminator there for humans and clean the cobwebs out of his head before he calls in there. So, well, anyway, y'all call. Oh, well, let me update you on Tennessee. She's doing better. They transferred her to a different floor again. We done this hospital's got like 14 floors on it, and we've been to 6 of them already. So,
wow.
She's in the rehab part. And they won't let me stay with her because they said I'll just try to. Oh, actually, I just get in the way trying to help her, but But I'm like, that's what I'm supposed to do. So they said, no, she's got to do it on her own. If she can't do it on her own, they'll just put her in a nursing home there. So we're gonna let them work with it. They told us today that they've seen people worse than her come out of it on the other side and be good with it. So I'm hoping things are, and we haven't got the results of the biopsy back yet. So we'll see how all that goes. Well, some people don't like the way I advertise about calling Steve Sommers there. I'm gonna just say call Steve Sommers at 844-844-3388, and I'm gonna do like Ed McMahon. You remember him, Steve?
I certainly do.
All right, here's Johnny. Oh, wait a minute. Here's Steve. All right,
Thank you much for the update there, Knucklebuster. So that's good to hear. Tennessee doing better. All right, news break just around the corner here. What do we have? Other industry headlines we'll get to. Vic had sent me an email this past day. I guess part of what he was discussing last evening, he said, and he sent me the research, that this oil is highly toxic. What I was discussing with an elderly scientist from Tel Aviv University, he was researching the likes of Hitler and Saddam's use of natural toxins for warfare. Considering all, it makes China research even more interesting. Fusarium causes aflatoxin in corn, making it unusable for animal feed and illegal to enter into the food or feed supply. There was some research into use for ethanol, but yeast and bacteria needed for fermentation are killed by fungicides. But that's this whole thing that they were looking to, trying to sneak here into the U.S., right? Looking to do what? Destroy our food supply? Destroy the farm industry? All right, it's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, back after a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he spoke with Russia's President Vladimir Putin today. Trump says it was a good conversation, but not a conversation that will lead to immediate peace. He says Putin told him Russia will have to respond to Ukraine's recent drone attack on the airfields. The call lasted around an hour, 15 minutes. The FBI is calling for public tips on children hurt in gender-affirming surgeries. The agency shared a post on X.
Help the FBI protect children. As the Attorney General has made clear, we will protect our children and hold accountable those who mutilate them under the guise of gender-affirming care. President Trump issued an executive order earlier this year titled Protecting Children from Chemical and Surgical Mutilation. They're asking for tips of any hospitals, clinics, or practitioners performing the surgical procedures on children. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Rolling into a Friday Eve, that would be morning horse feathers.
Yeah, happy Friday Eve there. So, I don't know. So does Eagle need to cut back a little bit on his working? Maybe need to nap a little more, set down the electronic device, close his eyes, get some good rest, or what's going on there, Your Honor?
You gotta sleep sometime.
Yeah, and that electronic device there, that can be a bad thing to, just because you got 10 hours off, and most of us say, we don't sleep the whole 10 hours, but you also can't be on your electronic device for the 10 hours that you're supposed to be napping. So just gotta balance it out there a little bit. And I was thinking there when Braindead was talking about the sports thing, what the most important part of sports was I thought he was going to say the beer. I mean, what's a sporting event without beer, Your Honor?
Valid point.
But anyways, there. So, I don't know. Where can we go here? So we did make a phone call to Rainey's this morning. Actually, it was this afternoon after I got things situated a little bit, and got through to one of the people there at the sales counter, and I asked for the person that I'd spoke to there prior to their Road to Wishes truck show, and got told that she's not available right now, but we'll try to get you a message to her and see if we can have her call you back. And that was was the reply I got. I didn't even get to go to voicemail to leave my own personal message. I had to leave a relay message through this other person. So I'm pretty much sure that it got filed before it got given to the person that I was asking for it to go to, if you know what I mean.
I got you.
So I don't think we're going to get much communication from in person from Rainey's there by the sounds of it. So I did try, Your Honor. I did try. Trying to get some more interview time out there for you. But you've always said that the midnight to 5 is hard to get people to be out unless they happen to be on the West Coast there and can call in on that first hour. But anyways, there. So yeah, I don't know, NASCAR deal there. I think I'm still feeling the same way that I said there the other night. The NASCAR's probably got enough money that as you said, they're hiring a service to get their fleet down to Mexico City and be safe. But I don't see them saying, hey, we're gonna mix in transportation, make sure that if people want to get on buses in Texas and ride buses and be safe down there, and we're going to have secured hotels and have packages set up that way. If they did something like that, I think I'd have a little more confidence in them. But I don't think NASCAR is doing any favor for their fans. And I mean, I guess you'd have to look back in history and see what the fan base is for the Mexican population. I mean, do the people of Mexico, do they follow NASCAR and come out and watch NASCAR at the track? I mean, is that a big event for them, or how? I don't know. I was just wondering.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking for Mexico City, it's probably going to be a big event for them. It doesn't happen every day, and of course, they've never had a cup race there. Yeah, but I mean, do they even understand what the difference is from the Xfinity, the Cup? I mean, the cars pretty much look the same. Sure.
And they pretty much almost go the same speed. I mean, it's not like they're following named drivers, except for what it is. It's a road course in Mexico City, or is it an oval? I don't know. I haven't even paid any attention. I guess if it's a road course, that there might be some of the international drivers there from other leagues of racing so they could follow and know.
Yeah, there are some Hispanic drivers in NASCAR as well, and obviously they're going to be pulling for them.
Yeah. So, well, I wish them the best, but as I say, I wouldn't pay a nickel to go across the Mexican border. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. But if they get there and do it safe and get home, But yeah, so I think NASCAR there, the teams, they have at least a couple sets of haulers, and I think one set of haulers goes in and out of the tracks to the garage areas, and depending on whether they can make it all the way back to the home garage to restock, retool, and put the car on for that event, or as they were saying there, they got a separate set of haulers that gets loaded up while the one team's out racing, gets loaded up for the next week and brings that second week's racing equipment out to them and then runs back and restocks for the next race. For when they're doing the West Coast and that the haulers that normally go into the garages don't make the trip all the way back to Charlotte to go all the way back out to the West Coast. So it's a pretty big operation there and a lot of money, and so I don't know. As I say, I think NASCAR needs to make the fans interested. Maybe make it somehow it's a little more affordable, but it doesn't seem like anything's being made more affordable, because you look at the resort prices. All the resorts down in Florida, they just keep raising their rates, and apparently they got enough people that still want to go even with the higher prices. So as long as people go, it's kind of like the trucking industry, Your Honor. if people keep hauling for the low rates, they're just going to keep lowering the rates, and if these resorts and that keep raising their prices and people keep coming, well, they're just going to keep raising their prices until people stop going. And as you said, when you went to the ball game there, you went to a night that, what'd you say it was, a 3-2-1 special?
That's correct.
You got
$3 beer, $2 hot dogs, $1 ice cream cups.
So if you didn't go on a 3-2-1 night, what would your hot dog, ice cream, and what was the third one? I already forgot. I got problems with long-term memory and short-term memory, and what was the other one I said there? I don't remember.
Beer, hot dogs, and ice cream. Well, for as much as we consumed that night, it would have been several $100s.
Yeah, and you ended up paying what, like a $50 bill or something?
I racked up like $130. Well, parking was like $30, I think, as well. Yeah. Parking first, but yeah, and the princess, I think she herself racked up $50-$80 or something.
Well, that's because her Long Island iced teas weren't involved in that 3-2-1 deal, Your Honor. Anyways, but no, I don't know. I guess that's about all we got going for you there. I did find one more tribute video for Yo-Yo. So if anybody was interested in that there, I think I put that on the fan page.
I saw that. So, indeed I did, yes.
Yeah, that was, and it shows the racing in that one. That video actually shows them out there racing, and I think it might have been Charlotte they were at when they were doing that race that they show in the video there. But don't quote me 100% on that, because, as I say, I got problems with long-term memory and short-term memory. And what was the other one? I can't remember. Anyways, but hey, with all that nonsense, Your Honor, and I probably bored your audience, and if we have any of them left there, hopefully you can do some due diligence, and they'll get to hear what? Hopefully a more intelligent caller, right?
We will work on that, yes, indeed. Okay, thank you very much. 17 before the hour. And Mexico City, yes, it is a road course. I guess like through the city streets kind of thing. The 14-turn layout for Mexico City. According to the NASCAR Mexico City website, the Cup, Xfinity, and Mexico Series. So they do have it. We'll be racing on the 14-turn, 2.417-mile layout. So right about a 2.5-mile road course layout there. See what's going on with Philip this morning in Florida. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. That's a long way to go. 40 hours of travel time. Wow. Well, they're going to be running a team on those trucks. What do you think, Steve?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stories over the years about those NASCAR guys. You know, they go halfway out west and set of haulers and switch out the cars and do all kinds of crazy stuff. It did the same thing in drag racing. John Force has talked about it before, where they met in hotel parking lots or in shopping malls or whatever and changed stuff out from one truck to another. And same way with toolboxes, you know, if they've used a lot of the material that they need to keep things going, they change that out. All kinds of different things.
Yeah.
So I know when we used to have a racetrack down here at Disney that they did, it was a short track that they did testing. And it was right before Daytona. They'd come in there and start testing. You'd see the Hendrick haulers coming in there. They'd be solid white. Hendrick had these hauler trucks that were just like a solid white color, and they had their name on the side of them, and they would haul their test vehicles in on those. And that's they've got other haulers for doing other things too. I mean, they do a lot of testing at other tracks that to develop stuff back in the day. They don't do it as much probably now because everybody's got the same stuff and it's all mandated and everything, but I'm pretty sure they do that here and there. But think about logistically what it takes to move an F1 team, Steve, when they come over here to America.
Yep.
You know? I mean, it's a little different when you're
you know, you're real close to Italy, and your race teams are all in England and those places, and you know, you can be anywhere you need within 500 miles. But when you got to go to a different continent and you got to put all your stuff on an airplane, which that's what F1 does, they put a lot of stuff on an airplane, fly it over here. Now there are some F1 teams that have their stuff here, you know, and but it's a lot of logistics and a lot of things, and a lot of things behind the scenes that people don't see in an event.
Yep, no doubt.
I mean, Chicago alone, the Chicago races, like Brain Dead was talking about, I mean, they're setting up for it now to get all them streets and everything set up to where they can block it off. And when you take stuff downtown, I lived in Chicago for 10 years, and they have, you know, when they have an event downtown there, it takes them, you know, sometimes months to get everything coordinated to put stuff into where it needs to be set up at. I mean, it's a lot of work. It always amazed me though with that deal up there that they have a track sitting out in Joliet, but then they have the road course, and I never could figure that one out. I like seeing the thing downtown. That was neat, but I don't understand. That's the part I don't understand, Steve. What do you think?
I don't know the answer either. You're right.
Yeah. So, is this 50% thing all good to go now on the steel and the aluminum, Steve?
I do know that Canada is. I mentioned last evening. I had no idea how much we imported. Apparently, 90% of the steel and aluminum that they produce in Canada comes to us. So they're begging for the 50 to be reduced.
Absolutely. If you think about it, and I got to thinking about it last night because that was the number one thing that was on the news last night when I came home from work.
Yeah.
You know, just watched the national. I watched the national news. I watched my local news, but I watched the national news, and that was the number one story on CBS last night was about the aluminum and the steel going up. And I got to thinking about it. So we were taught, Nippon and U.S. Steel were they got their thing together, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it, you know, where we get it from here instead of there. And that's what a lot of people don't understand about the deal. But in hindsight, there is a lot of things out there, Steve, that are made in America, are assembled in America. I should use that term, assembled in America. It's not made in America, because if it says made in America on it, that means it's got to be 100%. Everything in it's got to be from America. But you think about, like, do you know the name Hyundai? Hyundai, they make their cars in Alabama. You know, that's an American-built car. And are built or assembled, you know, I mean, and Brain Dead was alluding earlier to the term, the licensing terms. Well, it's the same way, you know, I mean, you go to a Disney park over in Tokyo, Disney gives them the right to use our stuff in their licensing agreements to have the park in Tokyo. Same way with the park that we have in China. Same way that the park is going to be set up in Dubai. There's a lot of that stuff in the behind that makes a lot of money for a lot of folks. And it's a lot of things that people don't understand. And what these companies are doing now is they're figuring out, hey, dude, we need to set up something in America. If we're going to sell a product in America, we need to make sure that it's assembled or built in America. Now, is it 100% American made? Absolutely not. Steve, do you like the Ford Explorer? Did you ever see that truck, man, back in the day?
Oh, I remember it. Never drove one, but.
Oh yeah, we really liked those Ford Explorers, right? I had one that was made in Louisville, man. I thought that was cool. It had a sticker on the windshield that said "Made in Louisville," you know, and that was cool. But then I got to doing research on the truck. Well, the truck's built in Louisville, but the motor's built in Switzerland, or Sweden, I should say. And the transmission's built in Mexico, and this is built there, and that's built there, and everything's brought over in little pieces and put together. And that's what I'm trying to explain. That's what we've come down to. And trust me, if anybody wants to buy an F-150 truck in another year, if this 50% thing happens, Ford got to figure out somewhere to get that aluminum to make that truck, because that truck is solid aluminum. You know, I mean, we're kind of a product of our own deal, man. So that's why we need to be all made over here. I mean, but it's hard. I mean, even thinking about buying a T-shirt that's made in America, it's hard to do, Steve. That's almost impossible to buy a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Just a simple shirt. Last night on the news, they were bringing up, and I know they do this, you know, the media does this just to bring it out in people, you know, to dramatize things. You know, a baby spoon, you know, we all fed our kids with a little baby spoon that has the little soft stuff on the end of it. It's kind of like a silicone plastic material that's over the spoon.
Yeah.
So they said those spoons are going to go up 80% with this new tariff. Okay, so, well, my reason is just go get another spoon. Get another spoon, right? You don't have to get a spoon that's like all fancy and stuff and made in China. So, I don't know. It's kind of like the toilet paper thing back in the day with COVID. So, you know how that is, Steve. So, but anyway, that's all I got today. Y'all have a good one. Thank you for having me.
Good to hear from you there, Philip. Yeah, as far as the tariff thing, yes, after Trump doubled the tariffs on steel and aluminum Wednesday, kicked in yesterday. Canada, they say, we want to talk. Prime Minister Carney said his government is negotiating with the U.S. on the tariffs, which went from 25% to 50%. The additional tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum announced by the United States, according to Carney, are unlawful and unjustified. He stated Canada's new government is engaged in intensive and live negotiations to have these and other tariffs removed as part of a new economic and security partnership with the U.S. We're fighting to get the best deal for Canada, and we will take the time necessary, but no longer, he says. But, yeah, that's the number that kind of floored me. Canadian data says more than 90% of the steel and aluminum made in Canada is exported to the U.S. The Aluminum Association of Canada said the additional tariffs make Canadian exports to the U.S. Economically unviable. Now, Trump's presidential action referenced a 2018 finding that steel articles are being imported into the United States in such quantities and under such circumstances as to threaten to impair the national security of the country. Now, the order said a similar finding was made for aluminum, and that 7 years later, nothing had changed for the better. So in the action, Trump wrote, the increased tariffs will more effectively counter foreign countries that continue to offload low-priced, excess steel and aluminum in the United States market, thereby undercut the competitiveness of the United States steel and aluminum industries. Although the previously imposed steel and aluminum tariffs have helped provide critical price support in the U.S. market, they've not yet enabled these industries to develop and maintain the rates of capacity production that are necessary for the industries, for the sustained health and even projected national defense needs. White House fact sheet issued in conjunction with the imposition of the tariffs said Great Britain is exempt from the increase until at least July 9th. That sheet noted that America's steel and aluminum industries have been harmed by unfair trade practices and global excess capacity. Foreign nations have been flooding the United States market with cheap steel and aluminum, often subsidized by their governments. Again, according to the White House fact sheet. All right, couple minutes from news break. We'll get to Vic will be checking in here, the Indiana Roadrunner. Back with us. And let's see, looks like Grump just jumped on board. Legendary country singer George Strait. A positive story, a happy story. Gifting a U.S. veteran and Purple Heart recipient a new home during a concert in Pittsburgh. According to the Taste of Country, the iconic country music singer gifted Sergeant Derek Austin, a U.S. veteran Purple Heart recipient, with a new house during his Pittsburgh concert on May 31st in partnership with the Military Warriors Support Foundation. In the video from the concert, the announcer can be heard sharing Austin's story of service to the U.S. during his deployment in Afghanistan. He said, I want to tell you a story about this American hero and tell you what he did for our freedom. He explained that Austin was injured severely from shrapnel wounds when his convoy was attacked in Afghanistan. Because of that, he also suffered severely from TBI, traumatic brain injury, and post-traumatic stress disorder. We're going to say thank you in a very, very special way. We're going to give this hero a beautiful home, he says. In the video, Strait can be seen presenting the huge key to the Purple Heart recipient as the announcer shared that Austin would be receiving the new home from the Military Warriors Support Foundation in partnership with the legendary George Strait. I think George has been working with these folks for a number of years. It's about $61 million worth they say they've given away together.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he spoke with Russia's President Vladimir Putin today. Trump says it was a good conversation, but not a conversation that will lead to immediate peace. He says Putin told him Russia will have to respond to Ukraine's recent drone attack on the airfields. The call lasted around an hour, 15 minutes. Elon Musk is calling for President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill to be killed.
In a post on X, Musk said a new spending bill should be drafted that doesn't massively grow the deficit and increase the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. In a later post, he urged Americans to call their senators and congressmen, saying bankrupting America is not okay. Kill the bill. Musk has been highly critical of the spending bill in the days since ending his work with Doge for the White House. I'm Brian Shook.
The FBI is calling for public tips on children hurt in gender-affirming surgeries. The agency shared a post on X.
Help the FBI protect children. As the Attorney General has made clear, we will protect our children and hold accountable those who mutilate them under the guise of gender-affirming care. President Trump issued an executive order earlier this year titled Protecting Children from Chemical and Surgical Mutilation. They're asking for tips of any hospitals, clinics, or practitioners performing the surgical procedures on children. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Trump administration is rescinding a Biden policy that requires hospitals to provide emergency abortions.
I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother.
A policy was enacted in 2022 by the Department of Health and Human Services that required doctors to perform abortions in emergency departments if it serves as a stabilizing treatment for an emergency medical condition. Now Health and Human Services has rescinded the policy and said it would work to rectify any perceived legal confusion and instability created by the former administration's actions. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
A man is now charged in connection to the bombing of a fertility clinic in California after he was taken into custody at JFK Airport.
Authorities believe Daniel Park may have helped to provide the material to make the bomb.
Park was in possession of an explosive recipe that was similar to the Oklahoma City bombing. We believe that Park had knowledge of how to create an amphibomb, ammonium nitrate fuel oil bomb.
Akil Davis, assistant director of the FBI's Los Angeles field office. Park was charged in federal court in Brooklyn with providing and attempting to provide material support to a terrorist. The bomber, Guy Edward Bartkus, was killed and several others hurt in the May 17th bombing of the clinic in Palm Springs. I'm Kristen Marks.
Vicky Palladino, a Republican New York City councilwoman, says Democratic mayoral candidate Assemblyman Zoran Mandami should be deported.
That's what Palladino wrote in a post on X Monday night.
Deport, period.
Palladino, appearing on a New York City radio show Wednesday, says Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, is a danger to New York City.
This is a guy who's got a radical agenda. It's laced with anti-Semitism, Marxism, and anti-Americanism.
She also claimed the 32-year-old Ugandan-born Mamdani, who became a U.S. citizen in 2019, supports
the leaders of Hezbollah, the leaders of Hamas.
Mamdani is responding, saying he's been a victim of Islamophobia and death threats since launching his run for mayor. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, yes indeed. Crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday Eve. Okay, it's only Thursday. Weekend knocking on the door, though. Meet Indiana Roadrunner.
It's Friday Eve, huh? It's barely Thursday, and we're starting on Friday Eve. You're making my week shorter already.
That's the idea.
I guess that's a good thing. But I still got things that get done, though, first. Before I say much, I didn't even know NASCAR was going to Mexico City, and if there's an issue about it, I don't understand why there's an issue. Let them go to Mexico City and race a car. At least they're doing a road race, or whatever you want to call it, instead of sitting there and just turning left all day. And like I say, if there's a controversy there, I don't understand it, but maybe I'm just hard-headed.
The controversy is just about the security issues, the safety of going down there, because trucks, the cargo theft and truck theft is rampant.
Oh, yeah. But that'd be the only, that I understand, because, it's every man for himself down there, and you can't trust anybody, especially law enforcement in Mexico.
Right.
Everybody is on the take, and you take a big old pretty truck, them haulers going down through there. Well, that is just a big, big old
dollar signs, money.
I'd say they're going to be running down as a big convoy with extra security, but
correct.
That's just me guessing.
That is correct.
Yeah, and that would make sense. And then, and I was. Going to bring, and in my comments, I left is I'll say something about bright lights, and right now I got bright lights here. I got one of them stupid idiots with them stupid light bars that you can buy at the farm store, driving down the road, lining up out of everybody. I don't understand. I guess I've just been out of touch. I've run mostly all day when I was till I retired, and because I passed several years worked for a paving company and a rock company, so most of my work was there today. And but man, I come back out here, it just amazes me how many of these idiots are driving around with extra lights on there. And of course, a lot of these burners, they get their lights on bright. They're from third world nations who have no sense of decency or safety and don't respect life. They get in the truck and they're driving around all night long with the lights on bright. And if you stick a Amazon Prime trailer behind them, all of a sudden then they're a NASCAR driver themselves, riding down everybody's tail, driving like idiots. But, I'm down in Tennessee right now, and I come across 40 where you had 3 lanes each direction. And, I'm driving, I'm living in another one of my I've done different things in trucking, so I call this is another life since I'm kind of retired. But I'm driving the big Rooster Cruiser with chicken lights and chrome and all that cool stuff like I used to do when I was younger, but it didn't make us much money doing it back in them days. This pays good, but I'm cruising down the road, and years ago when I drove a big Rooster Cruiser, I passed everybody. I was in the left lane, like a Mumford truck. Now I'm passing everybody in the right lane. Because they're all stupid idiots. They're all driving in the center lane. What happened to common courtesy? What happened to decency? What happened to safety? Why is everybody a stupid? Well, not everybody, but why we have so many stupid idiots driving trucks nowadays? I don't understand. But I feel better that I got that off my chest.
Mm-hmm.
And I stopped at a Love's a while ago to put fuel in the truck. Every fuel on it had a truck sitting in it, and every truck sitting in the fuel on it did not have a hose in the tank, and nobody around the truck. And there was nobody, they could all pull forward, but nobody around. So I sat there, which gave me time to, I have a big truck with pre-emissions, pre-everything, and I don't run E-log, I run paper log. So I went ahead and caught my cheap book up, and finally somebody finally pulled forward, and so I'm not going to fuel the truck up. But there's no courtesy in the truck stop. These people block the fuel outlets. Like I said, I must be out of touch, I guess, because, man, this industry has really went downhill.
Right.
Anyway, so I just air my grief. And then, I said something about Trump, about, it's terrorism stuff. He banned a few of these countries. And when I was sitting down there, because I'm pulling food grade, so I go out and they pump it off, and they had a breakdown, so I had plenty of time to read the news and stuff while they was fixing their whatever was going on in that bakery. And anyway, and I go, I run food grade out loaded, and then I go back empty because they all, because of biosecurity stuff, they only wash their own tanks, and they don't switch tanks around. But as these people so upset because Trump is doing what's a president supposed to do? You're supposed to protect the American people, the security of the American people. The countries that he is banning are known terroristic countries. Mm-hmm. But we got people, I don't understand political hate, but this blind rage because Trump did it, and these people just having fits over something completely related. They see a headline because Trump did something, and they're losing their stupid mind over it. And of course, we want to talk about tariffs. Well, I've been reading or listening, as they listen or reading some of the experts, and that can go in all kinds of different directions there. But one thing I'll notice about Trump is he's a negotiator, and he dives in hard, and then he backs out. He negotiates. He's getting attention. And we're going to end up eventually with some good nations as good trading partners.
Yes, sir.
As we try to equal out each other's tariffs. Because the thing is, Canada, is having their little fits. Well, they're backing down on their fits because they need us. But Canada's got big ass tariffs against United States goods, U.S. goods too. And so fair is fair. But now I do get nervous when you put big tariffs against steel and aluminum, because I can remember one of the Bushes did that years ago, and it really, really put the hurts to John Deere, the factories, to John Deere equipment, because it increased the price of their tractors so bad that their sales had nosedived. Mm-hmm. But Trump's doing a whole different type of deal than what one of the Bushes did years ago when they did tariffs, and he backed down on the tariffs too. So that does kind of make me nervous when you come to the steel and aluminum tariffs. But people have been dumping stuff, cheap metal on us for years. I can remember years and years ago when I pulled a flatbed and going to a warehouse, I picked up steel, and it was all coming from Russia. And we looked at the tags, but I'm kind of an old guy. I've been trucking since 78, I guess, 1978. When I was 21, I started running on the road. I started as a coal hauler before I was 21. I started running a load. I used to run at I run a lot of dump trailers and went to a lot of steel mills and stuff, hauled a lot of alloys. And I remember when steel was king in the United States, and we all made money, and then I eventually bought a flatbed and my own truck and hauled steel. But, I can remember when Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania was like a big smoke bank all the time because all the steel mills in there. And because we used to haul a lot of alloys and stuff to Pittsburgh. But it's like steel was king, aluminum plants were king, and then all of a sudden there in the early 80s, the economy had changed, and then the import stuff, it just killed it. That killed us. Killed my type of operation too.
Roadrunner, you've seen so many changes out there over the years. It's incredible from the 70s to now. But hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Let me jump to Vic and Trump's big, beautiful bill. Morning, Vic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get to that in just a minute, but listen to Philip and the Roadrunner there. The reason all that changed was because the United States adopted a policy that they would support all of these different countries around the world. And the way they did that was exporting a lot of our manufacturing capability. That was actually official policy back in the late 70s and up through the Reagan years. And I don't know if you remember Jerry Falwell, but I didn't really pay that much attention to him. But it used to really get my goat when I would see him get up there and talk about the steel belt is now the rust belt. And I could never understand that because the steel belt was a strong Democratic area. So it really got next to me because he was celebrating the demise of the steel belt. And even when I was on the road, it would upset me. It would bother me a bit when I'd run 80 there and go through the steel belt and I'd see those places like up at Youngstown and all up and through there to where those different facilities were setting vacant and their support, like rail terminals and trucking terminals, all the support industries, they were shut down, and that used to be such a, like Roadrunner was saying, such a vibrant place. And I think Caterpillar was probably one of the last people that supported that area because when I was pulling some of their stuff and picking up supplies for them, they used to get a lot of ball bearings out of Erie, Pennsylvania. And I don't even know if that company's, still in business or not. It was a heck of a place to get into on the dock and everything. But take your time. It wasn't too bad. And then there was a place called Northeast Pennsylvania. Used to haul brake shoe stuff back into Chicago. So anyway, but then Trump now is trying to reverse all that. And I believe he's trying to reverse a little bit too quickly, but we'll see. We'll see how it all comes out.
Mm-hmm.
But and the other thing too was that you were talking about. I sent you that stuff, and I was corresponding with the Tel Aviv professor. The way that came about was in the late 70s. The United States was accused of using chemical warfare in South Vietnam, and when they traced it all down, basically the jungles over there had fusarium fungus there, and that fusarium had kind of like a a yellow cloud when they would drop bombs and stuff on it. And we had used the Agent Orange over there, which that was some debate whether that was chemical warfare or not. And one thing kind of led to another, and I was really looking up for the Agent Orange disability and whether or not we never did, as far as I know, we never did go back and clean up all the Agent Orange stuff over there, and all that carpet bombing with the B-52s. The last I seen of that, the South Vietnamese people over there appreciated the fish ponds we left over there for them. So, I don't know. And they did have a lot of birth defects in South Vietnam. So, I was basically following that, and I'd seen the oil from fusarium, and there were some people trying to figure out maybe they could use it for a vegetative oil or a vegetable oil or something in this country, and that's what led me to find out it was highly toxic. And I don't know exactly how, but somehow I came across some stuff that Tel Aviv professor was researching, because people have been trying to do away with Israel and the Jews forever. First it was Hitler, and then Saddam was trying to do something to Israel at that particular time. And that's how all that came about. And then being in the grain industry, I was well aware of the different mycotoxins, aflatoxin in particular. And the real quick test on that was if you would shine a black light onto the corn, it would just sparkle. So it had some sort of a reflective capability. And the reason that I was talking about Elon Musk and this big, beautiful bill, and he's kind of against it, well, my dad used to always say, if you can't take a whole hog, take a half a hog. And I can understand Musk, everything he put out there and all the grief that he was given, but he has also had a lot of government grants in it, so he should know how slowly that government goes. And the point is that all of these different things that needs to be done for border security and everything else, that all takes money, and it all has to be funded by the government. So we don't want to give up the progress that has been made. And last night you were mentioning, I think, about intercepting different precursors for fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the bad part about that is the precursors for fentanyl do have domestic uses. Some of it is used in paint and one thing and another. And I was just wondering how much of an operation that the Customs and Border Patrol or whomever, or DEA, that they might have in place, because I don't know how many legitimate bill of ladings are being filled out, but I do know that Trump has a policy now of charging any Chinese flag festivals or anybody hauling for China. They have to pay additional port fees to come into the United States. But I seriously doubt that a lot of the stuff that's coming in, the fentanyl precursors, has a legitimate chemtrack hazmat bill of lading, because I guess you're familiar with how all that goes. But they have to send you the whole stack of stuff, on the labels when you're shipping it and all that. So that has to, first thing, that has to be funded. You mentioned about the people. We don't want one in here, and again, that goes back to the University of Michigan. You wondered how that got caught. I don't know if somebody did some backgrounding of, why are these people at the University of Michigan researching that fungus, the fusarium funguses, because we pretty much have been trying to do away with that forever. So what was the purpose of the research? Something got triggered somewhere. What, I don't know. But long story short,
whatever it was,
long story short,
thinking it was nefarious. That's the research. It wasn't going to end good.
Right. And that's where that Elon, he needs to understand that if the government does move slow, but it does move, I don't know what things are in place, and all that needs to be funded. And the waste that he uncovered, there are other avenues. For example, like a lot of these grants to nonprofits and everything else. The government has the right to inspect those grants, but they have to have the money to inspect those grants. And then once they inspect those grants, they can cancel them if they're not accomplishing what they need to do, or somebody's used them to work against the United States. So it would be nice to have a good, clean bill and everything be all copacetic, but that isn't going to happen in today's world. So you have to take what you can get at the time and then figure out how you can make the most of it. And that's like Rand Paul's against it, and it's like Rand Paul was one of the people that was aggravating about the Muslim terrorist that was there in where he lives, down there in Bowling Green and down into Nashville and stuff. And you also have the Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Well, excuse me, where they train all the Black Hawk helicopter pilots. And you also have Fort Knox, and that's pretty much all shut down now except for a training facility. But the gold depository is still over there. So there are a lot of things that the government still has to do in that particular area, and there are people within the different agencies that are trying to save. I seen today something about that the Defense Department wants to go back to where they have the right to repair. I don't know what that's all about, but I thought the Defense Department always, trained their military people to repair all their equipment. So I don't know what that's about. But no, it's not a perfect bill, but it might get you through to the next stop. And the quicker they get to it and quit wasting time, the better off we will all be. And I don't know, maybe somebody needs to pull some of these people aside and say, look, we know it's a compromise, but we're going to take the best we can get at this particular time, because we want to have a 1-vote margin in the House and a 3-vote margin in the Senate. And maybe in 26 we'll have a better majority after the midterms, and we can go back and basically rework some of this. Maybe we'll have more information, about, and like these, even like the investigations into the auto pen. And, if somebody was impersonating, basically, if somebody was using that auto pen and taking money for them and impersonating the President of the United States, they're in deep trouble too. So they have to kind of go through that whole investigation. So,
right. And that's Pappy's been kind of sharing that with me, that there was money changing hands for the use of the auto pen. Real quick before we get to the news break here, Grump Guts coming up. Chicken Truck Tommy is on board. The Congressional Budget Office, apparently this past day, projects that the recent U.S. tariff increases will reduce federal deficits by $2.8 trillion over the next decade, primarily through increased customs revenue and lower interest payments on federal debt, pointing out that that's more than enough to offset some of the projected cost of President Trump's proposed tax cut bill. More than enough to offset. So hold the thought. We'll come back with more after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed a proclamation banning travel from 12 countries, citing security risks. The proclamation fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 nations. The list includes Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. The deportation of the family of the man accused of committing a fire attack against a pro-Israel protest in Boulder, Colorado, is being blocked. Earlier today, the U.S. District Judge issued a ruling that bars the Trump administration from removing the wife and 5 children of Mohammed Sabri Salaman. President Trump is doubling down on calls to eliminate the country's debt ceiling.
Trump said he's pleased to finally agree with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren on something after she called to get rid of it forever. Trump said the debt ceiling should be scrapped to prevent an economic catastrophe too devastating to be put in the hands of political people. The president said Republicans and Democrats need to come together to get this done. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, pick it back up where we left off there. Grump joins us on a Thursday. Is that kind of like a trip down memory lane with the Indiana Roadrunner? How about that?
Yeah. Been a while, isn't it?
Yeah, I was kind of listening to Brain Dead there a minute ago, and first, yesterday I came from York, Nebraska, down to Fort Worth. Down 135, 35, that kind of thing. Man, at 32 years on this highway, I have never driven through rain like that. It never stopped. It was just like one front after another. Tornado sirens going off in Oklahoma. It was a mess, man. So I hope everybody got through it all right, but it was a mess. But I listened to Brain Dead there talking about I guess something about that contract or something like that down in, they're not going to end the they're not going to alter it because somebody's scared or something like that, of something. I don't know how he put it there. I wasn't sure. I heard him, but I just didn't pay that much attention to it. But when I worked for a logistics outfit some years ago, and they were always sending people overseas, going over to Middle Eastern countries. And a lot of stuff in Mexico and Venezuela too is power production stuff. And I did a lot of I have to call the State Department, do a lot of threat assessments, and that's what their logistics people should be doing right now, or should have been done months ago. Was gathering. The State Department will gather information about the threat assessments in that area and see exactly what their threat levels are going down through there, and they do have the right to tell you, no, you're not. We're not going to authorize movement outside the United States in these areas if they think you're going to get hurt or something like that. And if you say, yeah, it's we got our own security or whatever that we're going to provide security, well then they're like, you're on your own. Whatever happens. This is what it is. But yeah, they can damn sure advise and tell people no, they're not going. Vic was talking about that right to repair. Getting that done. That was back when I was in the Air Force. The right to repair was a lot of stuff where you can get new products and new things on planes and stuff like that. Where instead of having Boeing or somebody like that come in and fix it, the individuals are trained themselves, and what they do, the Boeing will, or whoever will provide the parts, for that. Instead of having one of their trained techs doing it, they'll have it. They have the right to work on it themselves, and it's covered under that warranty. And it's just like a lot of these little mom and pop phone companies and things like that have the right to repair phones and stuff, under warranties and covered like that. But I don't know, man. I'll tell you, I look at a lot of these tariffs and things like that. I just think right now, I think a lot of these places and I'm sure the Democrats are sending out their little messages to a lot of these countries and things where they have alliances with some of these jackasses in some of these countries, where they give them money and everything else, so through this AID and so much of this other crap. But they're telling them just hold off for the midterms. If they can make Trump look bad for the midterms and get a change of guard for the Congress or something like that, man, we're going to be flooded again with damn impeachment orders and all kinds of crap coming down. They've already made it clear, and I don't know. Like I said, I wished he would have targeted certain, like China, worked on them the hardest right now, and maybe the other countries would have, kind of fell into place. But I don't know if it was a smart thing going all in on so many tariffs right now, and the things that are happening, especially, since you got Elon Musk now running his mouth. I thought from the get-go that it was a bad idea to bring him in, somebody that's gotten billions of dollars in grants from the government to do work, and then bring him in to try to find fraud, waste, and abuse. I didn't think so much, or mind so much about it with the crews that volunteered to do that, that come in, a lot of the IT people that are looking at, writing programs and things to do that. But I just don't think it's Elon's place to be running his mouth the way he's doing right now. Not after as many tax dollars as that man's taken to help his businesses along.
Well, I saw yesterday someone suggested that they think he might be kind of irked that, I guess, in this bill there's something about eliminating all the electric vehicle credits or whatever, subsidies sort of thing. Is it something maybe personal, Luke, to him in the bill?
Yes, I think it's very much personal in the bill. It should be a choice, with people, but I think it's going to, kick him in the rear end there pretty hard with, if they do away with these credits, if it comes out, they do away with them. But that's one of the things that the Democrats are fighting about, and they're trying to keep stuff like that in the bill. And, I just, I don't know. I had mixed emotions from day one about him, coming in, and everybody, he's the smartest man in the world. Big deal. He's the smartest man in the world, but a lot of heavy changes went down right now, and Trump's had his hands full with these damn federal judges, number one, on stopping everything that he's done.
Everything.
And the Supreme Court hadn't given him a hell of a lot of help, and getting stuff done. And it's I think the best choice that he had, and one of the best voices that he's got out there right now, has been Marco Rubio, because Rubio, the other day I watched him in one of the hearings there, and he just flat annihilated a couple of the Democrats there, talking about bringing people back from different locations and things like that, and he just flat told them it's not the court's place to run their mouths about it, basically, or to intervene in that. That's a choice, and it is. The Secretary of State, it's written into the articles there that he has the right to refuse any visa or anything. I mean, he could just hey, go home. That's just the way it is, and up until now, there's never been any court intervention in that. And when you look at everything that's going on with this idiot right now, that jackass out in New York, that's constantly, he's trying to do something to stop the illegal immigrants from getting their asses sent home, and it just blows my mind, man. It really does. When you look at all the people here in this country that has medical issues, and struggling and things. My son, he has a heart condition, and he's, his damn medicine that they're wanting him to take is $600 a month. The insurance, is not going to pay any of it until he meets his $8,000 deductible and stuff like that. And here, if he was illegally here, they would give him the damn stuff. It's just it's one of these things where we work our asses off, Steve, to have something and to pay our taxes and be productive in our society. And here you got these slugs that come over here for no other reason than to know that they're going to get a bunch of crap free. So it's and I think that's stirring up a lot of the idiots in the Democrat Party, and they just have no idea. And this crap about this Gay Pride Month, I don't know who's gay that listens to this your radio show or anybody else's, but I don't give a rat's ass about your, why should we have a sexual preference, for this crap? I mean, that's all it is celebrating somebody's sexual preference for a whole damn month, or the stupid crap they do, this transgender stuff, it's, it'll fall under mental health awareness or something. I don't know, man. I tell you, it's just, we've just become so misguided in this country, and our priorities has completely changed over things of what it used to be. It used to be, family and friends and stuff like that. And we can throw a lot of that on the internet. People can sit with their anonymity now and 160 characters and call you every damn thing under the sun, and you not know who it is, and post all these lies and crap like this online, and people are, what do they got to fall back on? Call Facebook and say, hey, that's a lie. Well, okay, whatever. It falls within our community standards, so, sorry about your luck. This kind of thing. But it's I don't know. I got a family member that I just, went completely nuts on them about this damn gay pride stuff. They, comparing it to military and veterans and things like that. Don't ever show your face around me again, because I guarantee you I'll knock the crap out of you. But it's people just got so misguided, man. It's like I was trying to talk to a guy yesterday. He was standing in had a mask on. I said, well, you got cold or something like that? And turned around, looked at me. He said, you know, what I have is none of your business. Just like that. I mean, he started a conversation with me. Well, I said, hey man, I'm just kind of wondering about your mask there and stuff, because it's kind of down below his nose and everything. And hell, if he's sick, then I didn't want to talk to the jackass. He's, just kind of going off like that. And I said, well, let me ask you another question. And he said, what's that? And I said, is it fist proof? Because I said, you pop off like that again. I said, you come up to me and start running your damn mouth, and I'm trying to figure things out here. You know what you're trying to say, you mumbling crap. But it's I hope things get better. It like I said, I just kind of got this feeling that so much is waiting out the midterms, and the Democrats are trying to find their next leader. It's not going to be Kamala Harris. Hell, that idiot, she couldn't spell president, let alone be one. And Gavin Newsom, I guess right now he's up front. Him and who else? Buttigieg. I guess he was points ahead of everybody, according to.
Hard to imagine.
And
I mean, with
you got to really
look at what Newsom's done to California. I mean, does he really think he's going to have a chance on the national scale?
I think he's convinced himself that what he's done to California has been justifiable craziness, I guess you could call it, and that's really the way the Democrats have rolled over so many years in this country right here. I mean, it all started under Barack Obama when he with my pen and my phone and I'll get things done that way. It all kind of started under that. Bill Clinton, he kind of stayed in the middle, but Barack Obama, he was all about being in the middle of the road until he got elected, and then that car suddenly took a left turn, and he started doing all this stupid stuff, and it just continued on. And you got Gavin Newsom, he's free medical and free college in state, and stuff like that. Now, what the hell's going on with Texas, where they're wanting to give illegals in-state tuition? Here they are hating illegals, wanting their asses out of the state, exporting them to everywhere else, including Martha's Vineyard. Now they're wanting, to do, in-state tuition. It's just crazy where we're looking at, how we've came to be. And, we got a president now that wants to do so much. I think he's trying to do it too fast, and it gives the Democrats a lot of fodder to kind of hang around his neck, a lot of bullets, in their guns to shoot things down with, and maybe if he take a little breath and slowed things down, it'd be a lot better. But I just listened to what the hell was that guy's name? Kurt. He was a congressman out of Pennsylvania during the 9/11 hearings and things like that. He had an interview with Tucker Carlson, and that's something. Listen to the whole thing. I mean, it was just amazing how the things that happened at 9/11 and how both parties were just sweeping stuff under the rug. And they knew bin Laden was in being protected at that time in Iran. Until he left Iran. After we started fighting in Afghanistan and stuff. And it's just been I don't know. I think our government just needs to. We just need a complete do-over on a lot of things. I mean, we still have got the greatest country in the world, Steve, but our government has just been packed full of just these lifers that just they want their legacies and all the crazy crap that goes along with it, and you don't get in here broke like Ocasio-Cortez says she was when she come in and now be worth $14 million or whatever the hell it is in 8 years, and talking this socialism crap and everything else, and here we're just trying to make our way and just trying to get down the highway with a decent load on, and it's just remarkable that we got so many damn people driving trucks here that right now that if they was to have a mass exodus of these non-English speaking people. I think it would throw a hell of a monkey wrench in interstate commerce right now. And but hey, we're willing to give it a shot because you don't know who the hell's in that truck, or where they come from or what they, look at Timothy McVeigh. I mean, hell, he could rent a truck and blow up the Murr building, and you don't know what these idiots are doing right now. How many of them are just have it out for the United States and have absolutely no problem renting a truck or anything else through Penske. If they got a damn active license or, something like that and can pay the insurance, they got a truck. So nobody knows what the hell's going on with this. And it's, we can't blame anybody else but the government. I'm not blaming the American people because, hell, they want to eat. They want the cheapest prices available. But when we step back and we look at what's going on, and who's caused all these problems, it's nobody but the government. It's these lifers in there that has lined their pockets with money and just done everything humanly possible to, like you said earlier, the world trade system, how we've given away so much of our manufacturing stuff to other countries, trying to bring them up. How about the hell with them? Let them bring themselves up. I've always been a firm believer that, they talk about these illegals want to come up here and do better for themselves. How about straightening out your country before you come up here and start screwing up ours, or whoever they are? And it's just, that's just the way it is, I guess. But we're trying to deal with it, and I hope the hell that this we got Duffy and some other people that's really good at what they're doing, and I hope that we can bring it on, online and in a different way other than the way it's been. But we'll see how it works out.
One
that's
step
about
at a
all
time.
I got.
All right. Thank you very much, Grump. Well, that's a lot. A lot to digest there. Yeah, about 8 before the hour. 844-3388. Just the latest updated roundup. The roundups taking place around the country shared earlier this week. It was in Massachusetts, the big roundup. Looks like the latest we can update you on is the Houston metro area there in Texas, where immigration and customs enforcement and removal operations, 142 criminal illegal aliens in the last 2 weeks alone. And we'll share with you some of these monsters that you've been sharing that town with. You never know who your neighbor might be, right? Some of these pretty bad characters. We're able to turn into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Houston, Texas. Yeah, the group of criminal aliens arrested that racked up 473 separate criminal convictions. Together, this group had entered the United States illegally 480 times. Houston-based ICE enforcement and removal operation officers carried out deportations of serious criminal offenders as they've ramped up mass deportation efforts nationwide, according to ICE. These removals took place between May 19 and May 30, including 8 documented gang members, 11 previously convicted child predators, and a criminal alien responsible for entering the United States illegally more than 20 times. In yesterday's press release, ICE identified several of the aliens deported and their previous criminal convictions. The most egregious offenders included Benito Carqueno Zavala, the 60-year-old criminal alien from Mexico, convicted child predator, deported to Mexico on May 21, and had been convicted of a contentious sexual abuse of a child. 37-year-old Johnny Urbina Carrillo, a criminal alien from Mexico, convicted child predator, deported on the 20th of May, had illegally entered the U.S. twice and been convicted of sexually exploiting a minor, cocaine possession, and illegal re-entry. 45-year-old Alejandro Vasquez, an alien from Mexico, deported on the 19th, illegally entered the U.S. 19 times and has been convicted 3 times of cruelty towards a child and DWI, and once for filing a false report and illegal entry. Another 35-year-old, Jorge Silva Solano, from Mexico, deported on the 19th as well, has illegally entered the country 11 times, convicted 3 times for criminal mischief and illegal reentry, twice for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, once for DWI, trespassing, illegal entry, failure to provide ID to law enforcement, public intoxication, and failure to appear. Just good characters, right? One more. Jose Mauricio Rodriguez, 32. Criminal alien, documented Pesas gang member. Illegally in the country 11 times. Convicted of assault with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, failure to provide an ID to law enforcement, failure to report his parole officer, and illegal re-entry on 2 occasions. We'll return after this.
Guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by Specialized science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed a proclamation banning travel from 12 countries, citing security risks. The proclamation fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 nations. The list includes Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. The deportation of the family of the man accused of committing a fire attack against a pro-Israel protest in Boulder, Colorado, is being blocked. Earlier today, the U.S. District Judge issued a ruling that bars the Trump administration from removing the wife and 5 children of Mohammed Sabri Salaman. The judge found that deportation without process could work irreparable harm. Elon Musk is taking aim at President Trump's massive so-called Big Beautiful Bill less than a week after bowing out of government service.
President Trump has dubbed the tax cuts and spending plans as a Big Beautiful Bill. On Tuesday, his recently close advisor, Elon Musk, called it outrageous, saying, "Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong." This is not the first time that Mr. Musk has attacked the bill. He said he was disappointed after House Republicans passed it last month, adding that it would increase the budget deficit and undermine the work that the Doge team is doing. The White House press secretary said the president stood behind his bill. Kate Fisher, Washington.
President Trump is doubling down on calls to eliminate the country's debt ceiling.
Trump said he's pleased to finally agree with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren on something after she called to get rid of it forever. Trump said the debt ceiling should be scrapped to prevent an economic catastrophe, calling it too devastating to be put in the hands of political people. The president said Republicans and Democrats need to come together to get this done. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 91 points. The S&P 500 gained less than a point. The Nasdaq rose by 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The thing that does well are Broadway hits.
Revenue is down at the Kennedy Center since President Trump took over the board of the D.C. Performing Arts Institute.
Revenue from season passes is down 36%. That's a drop of nearly $1.6 million. Single ticket sales over the last 2 months were down 50% compared to the same time last year. Trump said at a recent board dinner that he had eliminated diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and brought back family-friendly programming that will attract large audiences. More than a dozen acts have canceled their performances following Trump's takeover. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Toxic seaweed is shattering records in overwhelming beaches around the Caribbean.
Last month, the seaweed grew to over 37 million tons, and the amount of seaweed is expected to grow even more this month. Issues start when the seaweed washes ashore, rots, and emits hydrogen sulfide, which smells like rotten eggs and can cause breathing problems for people with sensitivities. Smaller amounts also appeared in the Florida Keys, southeastern Florida beaches, the the Mississippi Delta and the Texas coast. I'm Brian Shook.
The Department of Justice is looking into the list of people former President Biden gave pardons to.
It comes as concerns rise about Biden's state of mind while he served his final months in office. Biden granted clemency and pardoned over 1,500 people in his final weeks, including members of his family and death row inmates. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medishare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. All right, as we roll into our final hour here on a Thursday morning, Horse Feathers had mentioned the passing of, I guess she was well known in the trucking community over the years. Yo-Yo was her handle, Yo-Yo. Mariah Lisa Worley Hughes. Overdrive magazine shared a little segment contributed by Long Haul Paul, who says, when I got word that Yo-Yo had passed after a long battle with multiple sclerosis, I was parked up for the night in the abandoned lot across from the TA Travel Center in Pioneer, Tennessee for my 10-hour break. Words from her 2021 interview with yours truly, Long Haul Paul, came back to me. Namely, what she had told her daughter, what she wanted at the end. Looking back now at that interview and knowing how much she was ailing at the time, I could only wonder how much of her Salinas to Hunts Point, just as quick as you can get there, trucker badassery had kicked in toward the end. 4 years, that's a long time. But despite the bona fide celebrity she attained back in the 70s and later ran away from, eventually going to the extent of moving hundreds of miles and changing her name, Yo-Yo was no trucker Barbie or Bunny. In the final analysis, she was just a Tennessee country girl who loved to drive fast. Still, few, if any, gear jammers from that era continue to occupy such an outsized place in the annals of trucker myth and legend. Maybe it was the marriage of those signature size 7 Levi's with the 359 Pete, the KTA 600, and that toothpick beneath her tongue. The real deal. The total package. All magnified on the medium of 70s era network television,
Or maybe she was a symbol of everything those of us in that generation believe trucking could be. Circa 1979, incidentally, the year I pulled my first load. A blue-collar diva who could outdrive and outswagger the cockiest of men. Just ask the pride of Raccoon Valley, Alabama, the dapper Special K, whom Worley edged out in the qualifying heat at the Atlanta International Raceway, which was portrayed in the 1979 episode of Real People. In the end, though, endorsement offers became more of a nuisance than anything else. Most of them couldn't even replace her income from just trucking as usual. So she went back on the road. She was a trailblazer, an earthbound Amelia Earhart, a gear-jamming Joan of Arc that the camera loved a little too much, now immortalized in the 2021 Blackberry Smoke music video for Hey Delilah. The band would proclaim her a legend in the world of truckers. All right, so Yo-Yo. And I caught, for the episode of Real People back in the 70s. I don't really remember that show in the 70s, Real People. Meanwhile, Knucklebuster probably remembers Real People. Welcome back, Knucklebuster. Hey, did we lose Knucklebuster? Yeah, I think we might have. Well, let's see if Eagle's on board. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, I'm here now this time. Yeah, I got a couple things to go over, Steve, with the immigration situation that I didn't get to the first call. You know, a lot of these guys that you see on TV that's being arrested, and they went down. I know you heard about the raid down in Tallahassee, Florida, and construction site where they went in. Over 1,000 people were arrested. Okay, well, you got people now, Steve. I listened to the CB radio today, and people were talking, and you got people saying, hey, that Trump is not doing the right thing, that these people are working. They had a construction site building homes, and they're not doing nothing. They're not doing bad. They're not selling drugs. They're not running drugs and all kind of bad stuff, killing girls and all that. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, that might be true. Well, it is true. But the problem is they broke the law when they came into the U.S. illegally, Steve. They crossed in without, under Biden's stupidity. They crossed in illegally, and they broke the law. This is the people are seeing these guys get arrested, and they're saying, people are saying, mainly Democrats are saying, why are these people being arrested for working out, building a house? That's not why they're being arrested. They're being arrested because they came into the U.S. illegally. This is what these people don't understand. I feel bad for the people, but, I believe that they do deserve a chance for, they had chances to go back. Trump has done everything to try to round them up. He's even offered $1,000 to some people to voluntarily leave the U.S. and then come back in the right way. All them guys at the construction site, they did neither one of those things. They didn't try to go to their local office, immigration office, and try to do it the right way and get their paperwork so they can continue on working. They didn't want to do that. They wanted to try to play the game of hide and seek from the ICE patrol, and it finally caught up to them. Now, like I said before, I feel bad for these individuals because they got to get kicked out of the country, but they broke the law, and hopefully Donald Trump or whoever try to work out a plan to see if these people can come back and check them out, make sure everything is verified, and then maybe in the future they can come back to the U.S. But as of right now, Steve, we got too many people in the USA that we don't know who they are, and we don't know what they all about. And we got to find out who these people are. And this is the only way that Donald Trump and Tom Homan can do it. You know, the judges, they tried everything they can to block Donald Trump. You know, some of these people are putting ICE agents' lives in danger, Steve. You talked about this, and these people are taking photographs of these ICE agents and putting their faces out there of these people so they can possibly have something bad happen to them. Now that's going above the line. These ICE agents are only doing their job. Nobody deserves to have a family address and where they live at, you know, what they name and all that is on the internet. And these people that are doing that need to be prosecuted by Tom Homan and people that work for Trump, because these ICE agents, they deserve better than that. They just doing their job. They just rounding up the people that are here illegally. And like I said, I can't say what I really want to say, but there's a lot of people, Steve. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of these Democrats that are out there that are totally crossed the line when it comes to this situation by supporting, you know, like you talk about the guy who went down there to Florida. I mean, the guy who went down there to El Salvador. And by the way, that guy's not coming back because he was illegally in the USA. So the Democrats, they can continue doing that all they want. But like I say, what it really boils down to, Steve, you know, is the Democrats, they don't care about these people. You know, they try to. I hope that a lot of these illegal people don't fall for that okey doke and think that these people really care. They don't care about them. All they care about is the cheap labor that these individuals are doing for their country. I mean, for their jobs and people that they work for. They see them as a way of paying less money, and because American people, as they like to say, want too much money, so they chose to go south of the border and let these people come into the U.S. and work. And just like I said in the first phone call, Steve, and another guy said it, if the United States make the mistake of somehow letting the Democrat get back in the White House, everything that Donald Trump is doing right now will be erased, just like Biden did it. Whoever that Democrat is going to erase everything Donald Trump is doing, and we're going to be right back where we started. This time it'll probably be worse because they're going to make sure that border is wide open and anybody and everybody that can come on into the USA, and ain't nobody going to try to stop them. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, have a good morning. Thanks for chiming in. Let me get back, before I forget, to the rest of the story. Cabotage, right? Yeah, a word that most in the general public would have no idea. Cabotage, what? A recent episode of Landline Now, Tom Crowley and Aaron Lynch with OOIDA's compliance department joined the show to kind of explain what exactly cabotage is and why some drivers fear it could be affecting their business. Most of us know cabotage law restrict motor carriers based in Mexico and Canada who are operating in the United States from transporting point to point within the U.S. They're allowed to deliver a load from Mexico or Canada to multiple locations in the U.S., and they're allowed to receive a return load to their country of origin. That's it. Cabotage is the pickup of a shipment from one U.S. location to another U.S. location, commonly referred to as point-to-point deliveries by non-U.S. based motor carriers. Motor carriers from Canada and Mexico are also prohibited from repositioning empty trailers, filling out a partial international load with domestic freight. In other words, picking, like multiple things up in a city with maybe half that load destined back to their country of origin. But along the way, they're going to drop the other half off right in the U.S. Can't do that. Lynch added the purpose of cabotage laws is to prohibit non-U.S. based carriers from coming in and taking work, obviously, from the U.S. carriers. something he said is a real concern among the members that he hears from. Lynch said that's the outcry from some of our callers, the assumption, and sometimes it's dangerous to assume, but the assumption is that drivers from Canada or Mexico are potentially doing point to point, and they're down here doing it for months at a time, which is driving the rates down. Now, while Lynch said it's difficult to prove those potential violations and the impacts, there is a way for drivers to report suspected cabotage. You can do so through the Customs and Border Protection tip line online or calling their toll-free number. You can also go to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement tip line online, or they also have a toll-free number. Now, for drivers violating cabotage laws, if caught, fines can reach up to tens of thousands of dollars. But here's the kicker. Both Crowley and Lynch admitted that enforcement is rare, if it even exists. Crowley said, I have never seen enforcement. I've never even heard of enforcement. So the laws are on the books, but if they're not enforced, could be happening a whole lot more than any of us might even suspect.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish. With unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
All right, let me see here. I do believe Knucklebuster is back. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Thanks, Mr. C. Summers. I didn't go to sleep on you. I was down in the bottom of that valley. I could hear you, but you just couldn't hear me, brother.
Yeah, I didn't hear any snoring.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you snoring, so.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what. I'm not going to sleep behind the wheel. So, anyway, I'll give a shout out, a simplified shout out to Truck and Field and Captain Ron and all my other Marine buddies out there, and the Marine ladies too. They called them broad ass Marines when I was in there, but that might be a little offensive nowadays, wouldn't it? Oh well. I hope they don't take it personal. Y'all buy some Stabile product, some Hot Shot Secret product. You know that Hot Shot Secret sticks in the eliminator, they sell it in the truck stop for humans too. It's called black coffee, see?
Oh yeah.
Y'all need to get you a brand of coffee, and we can buy it that way. And make sure you put it in the pods, because I got one of them carried coffee makers in the truck with me. So buy some Steve Sommers overnight drive products, and you fill that travel mug up full of that coffee. Call Steve at 844-844-3388. I'm glad to see that Eagle finally woke up there. Here's my thing, Steve. It's getting so bad out here that you have to carry my water blaster with me everywhere where I go. And I make sure I carry plenty of water bottles too, because I want people to quit crying about what these other truck drivers are doing and take care of business. I pulled into the fuel island at a Laredo truck stop. There was a truck already on the back side of it back there. He had already fueled up and went inside the building. So I got fuel, and he hadn't moved then. So I sat there. He finally come out, and I stuck my head out the window, and I said, "Hey, I need to go." And he just kept right on walking. He sat there. I went up there and knocked on the door. I said, "Hey, I need to go. You got me blocked. All my partners inside the building still." I said, "You need to move out of my way so I can go." Because there was another truck already in behind me. And I went back up there a second time, telling him to get out of my way so I could leave. Mm-hmm. He said, "My partner's still in the building there. I can't move." So when I walked back to the truck, you know what I done, see? I went and grabbed one of them big old master padlocks I got sitting in beside my seat here. And he had a seal on his back door, but he didn't have no added security. So he got added security in a heartbeat there until he finally moved. And when he moved, I just left it on there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. When I walked in the door there at the terminal there, I handed my boss man $20. I said, "I owe you this." He said, "What for?" I said, "Well, don't ask and I won't tell you."
We lost a lock.
Yeah, but anyway, here's what I told him, and he handed me the $20 bill back, and he was laughing his ass off. So he just, "That's so damn funny. I'll give you the lot for free this time." So I said, "No, I can't do that. I don't want to owe you any money." So I took the $20, went back there and give it to the woman back there in the back that takes the lottery money. So he got 2 free months of lottery there, right?
There you go.
Yeah, well, he liked that part of it anyway. Hopefully we're all going to win that $1 million someday. Or maybe one of them $1 billion lotteries. I ain't even paid no attention what the lottery's up to nowadays. Have you?
Oh, according to Rick Friend, I think the Powerball's back up to like 44 million. There was a winner a couple weeks ago.
Well, it's 28 after, according to my clock. Better get that break in there, brother. Have a great, blessed day.
All righty. Safe travels. I don't know. So how big of a pain in the you-know-what is it to get that lock off when you get to your destination? Huh? Hey, speaking of Truck and Phil, happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. Starting off 67 rain today. High of 72 for Fort Wayne. 52 warming to 80 in Newaygo, Michigan. All right, here we go. Ready for the flip. Have a great day, everybody. It's almost Friday. And Semper Fi, roll on, Knuckle Buster. Truck and Phil. All righty. Daryl checks in here. Coming up following the news break. Ahead, we'll also get an NTPA update. and horse feathers, or the anonymous hippopotamus, all coming up.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed a proclamation banning travel from 12 countries, citing security risks. The proclamation fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 nations. The list includes Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. The deportation of the family of the man accused of committing a fire attack against a pro-Israel protest in Boulder, Colorado, is being blocked. Earlier today, the U.S. District Judge issued a ruling that bars the Trump administration from removing the wife and 5 children of Mohammed Sabri Salaman. President Trump is doubling down on calls to eliminate the country's debt ceiling.
Trump said he's pleased to finally agree with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren on something after she called to get rid of it forever. Trump said the debt ceiling should be scrapped to prevent an economic catastrophe too devastating to be put in the hands of political people. The president said Republicans and Democrats need to come together to get this done. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, Vic sends me a link, which he says, this might be of interest. Story from Yahoo News. I haven't pulled up the full story yet, but he said it's in regards to cadets who met all their Air Force Academy graduation standards, denied commissions because they're transgender. Vic says, why were these cadets given Academy appointments in the first place, is his question. All right, like I said, see if we can pull up the rest of the story. Then we had Philip last evening talking about these various truck parking apps, right, which I said, I know there's a number of them, oddly enough, just this past day. You know, the one that's known as the Truck Parking Club, announcing that, let's see, the leading marketplace connecting truck drivers with available parking spaces, announcing this past day they have surpassed 2,000 property member locations across the lower 48, providing over 40,000 instantly reservable truck parking spaces to address the critical shortage, forcing drivers to spend nearly an hour a day searching for safe parking. This milestone, it's a press release, this milestone represents a doubling of locations in just 6 months, driven by urgent demand for drivers seeking reliable parking and property owners looking to monetize unused space. Drivers losing an estimated $5,500 a year in wasted fuel searching for parking. Truck Parking Club's rapid expansion offers significant economic relief for both independent owner-operators or fleet drivers, for that matter. According to the co-founder and CEO of Truck Parking Club, this isn't about hitting a number. It's about solving a decades-old problem that cost the industry billions a year. Every new location means drivers spend less time searching and more time earning. Our goal is clear: reduce parking search time to under 10 minutes per day. Now, how does this work? The company's network includes diverse property types, from trucking companies and repair shops to storage facilities and real estate investors, creating a scalable solution to a problem traditionally addressed through expensive, slow infrastructure projects. New truck parking construction typically costs $100,000 to $200,000 per space and takes years to complete, while Truck Parking Club can activate existing spaces within a day's time. We're transforming unused space into income-generating property while getting drivers the certainty they need. Now, they offer, they say, hourly, daily, weekly, and or monthly reservations through their website and their mobile apps, backed up by 24/7 customer service, staffed by former truck drivers. As the company has their sights set on ultimately 10,000 locations, they continue to address one of the industry's most persistent challenges through marketplace innovation rather than traditional infrastructure development. What they do not give us any details on is the cost. As they said, they offer hourly, daily, weekly, monthly. what is the cost going to be out of pocket? So I guess you'd have to go to the actual truck parking club website. Undoubtedly, there's going to be some sort of a membership, or again, parking fee, because that's if in order to monetize this, the money's got to come somewhere, and that's undoubtedly that's coming out of the trucker's pocket, right? Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
We are doing well, thank you so much. What's happening in your world?
Well, I've been amused at the men and women that's scared to go down to the Mexico for the stock car race.
Yeah.
I don't think they read the newspaper or listen to the radio or watch TV, because the last time I heard there was 36,000 people killed on U.S. highways last year. 7,000 of those were truck drivers, long haul truck drivers, and Knucklebuster just told us that he couldn't get that guy to move. And I thought the second time he went up there, he was going to tell us that guy pulled a gun on him.
Or he got his water blaster out, right?
Yeah. You go into Rural King and look at their gun display, and man alive, it looks like an arsenal. And we've got a National Guard unit over here on Sims Road that takes up look like 40 acres of land, and our sheriff here has 450 employees. I've got people in England that are afraid to come to America because they think this is the last of the outlaws over here.
Yeah.
So I think maybe they'll be safe going down into Mexico to the stock car race, because you get callers every night talking about these speed demons out here on the highway with these Dodge Chargers scaring them to death. And I found it pretty safe over there in El Salvador. You stop at a service station, there's a guy there with a gun with about a 30-round clip on it, and he'll protect you while you're getting your gas.
Wow. Well, I guess that to some extent that means that just how dangerous it would be if they didn't have that kind of security.
I think we get stuff out of perspective sometimes, Steve. You was talking about that cabotage or whatever you called it.
Yes.
I used to take a truck over to St. Louis, and you could get 3 round trips to Kansas City before you come back home. I don't know whether that was cabotage or not, but we would be gone about a week on those runs. And you had fast trucks because you could barely get over to Kansas City and back to St. Louis in the allotted time without a faster truck.
Mm-hmm.
And I always enjoyed that trip. I'll let you go, and thank you for keeping us up on the news.
Thank you for listening in there, Daryl. And yeah, as long as you're a U.S. driver, which obviously he was, yeah, that's fine and dandy. It's the driver that maybe made a delivery from Mexico or Canada to St. Louis, who did 3 of those runs from point A to point B here before heading back to either Mexico or Canada. That's what the illegal cabotage. All right, 844-844-3388. So I pulled up the rest of the story via Yahoo News, which says, they stood in formation at Falcon Stadium, diplomas in hand, having met every standard of physical endurance, academic excellence, military discipline. But on Thursday, when the time came for the U.S. Air Force Academy's class of 25 in Colorado Springs, Colorado, to commission as second lieutenants, 3 cadets were quietly held back. They were the first out transgender cadets to graduate from the academy, and under the newly reinstated ban, they will not be allowed to serve. One of them, Hunter Marquez, spent years preparing to become a combat systems officer, earned dual degrees in aeronautical engineering and applied mathematics, passed the fitness standards for men, and he did so as himself, having transitioned while enrolled at the academy. The rules changed on May 6, when the Supreme Court allowed the administration to begin enforcing Executive Order 14183, which bans transgender from military service. The unsigned order, issued without full argument and over the dissent of the court's 3 liberal justices, overturning a Washington state's lower court preliminary injunction, and gave the Pentagon the green light to begin separations. Marquez, along with 2 other graduates, placed on administrative absence, barred from taking the oath, and warned he might need to repay the cost of his education if he refused to leave voluntarily. That education, funded by taxpayers, is valued in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, according to the Gazette. Marquez was later told by Air Force officials that if he is involuntarily separated, he won't be billed. But the message was clear. The government does not want him in uniform. So they say, while there's no question he met the standard, we want war fighters, we want people with grit that are resilient. They've done all that, according to one Air Force Academy staff member who spoke anonymously for fear of retaliation. All 3 cadets had passed physical fitness tests for both men and women. They said all 3 graduated with distinction. All right, so they're trying to say that's very controversial. Why can they not serve? Got it. Yeah. But Vic, as you pointed out, why were they commissioned to begin with? I guess about 15 before the hour. And there he is. Welcome back on a casual Friday Eve.
Yeah, we're making sure casual Friday Eve or casual Friday doesn't mean drive naked. We're just getting that out there ahead of time. So would they be a possibility? You know, it's kind of like we've talked about having the females as, front line, that they could be taken captive, prisoner of war, and possibly used against the other service people to try to, would actually be trying to protect them, to try to, give up information and everything. So I mean, there's situations why that it's not good to have, I hate to say the non-traditional male soldier, but a lot of times the traditional male soldier will give up a lot of secrets to try to protect the weaker from being hurt. So anyways, so last night the discussion of watermelon lights came back around again, and the watermelon light isn't what's normally used for traditional chicken lights. Chicken lights are just small marker lights that, I mean, as many of them as you can throw on the truck and make stick, and light the truck and trailer up to be as big a circus wagon as possible. I mean, there's your chicken lights. The watermelon lights are actually a larger domed light, and they can be single or double-sided. So what happens is a lot of people use them in places of turn signals. So like your front turn signals that would be on the fenders or down, a lot of people put them on the bumpers or on the mirrors. They put this larger either one-sided or two-sided light that's a dome-type light, and the dome can either be glass or plastic, and of course they all come multicolors, and most all the LED lights that come out now, if you like, you can actually get multicolors in them, so you can run the regulatory, yellow or red at the time where you need it out on the highway, but then you can flip the switch the other way, and have the other colored light, so when you're in the parking lot doing your light show and everything, then you can make the truck be either all blue or green or pink or whatever color suits your fancy when you're there doing it.
Gotcha.
But anyways, so they're just a bigger light that, as I say, that's not really would be considered the traditional what would be used for the chicken lights. And anyways, so what you're reading about Yo-Yo there, was that the article from Long Haul Paul that you were reading
Correct.
from?
Yes, Long Haul Paul. Yeah, it was.
Yes.
Yep.
Then that was from a few years ago. I think that was like 21 or something. I saw that article, but he did an update on that here just recently with her passing and added where the obituary is in that too. So that original article actually has, the one I found actually had a link in it to actually what, as I say, it linked it to the obituary as well. So, anyways, I guess that's about all we got going for you now. So, other than the fact that, have you heard anybody tell you that today's going to be too hot?
I can't say that I've heard that yet, but I'm sure you might suggest that, right?
6 divisions of competitors hope to have that magic touch in Hutch. Meanwhile, kicking off the regional circuit is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Pulling fans, it's almost time for that first crank of the starter, that first green flag, and that first class victory celebration. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It is here! After 229 silent days and nights, the National Tractor Pullers Association's Championship Pulling Series roars to life once again. The world's toughest competitors and the world's greatest fans will convene at the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson, Minnesota for the 2025 Power Pull Nationals, this Friday and Saturday, June 6th and 7th. The event is the first of the regular season for the Grand National Circuit presented by Case IH. 6 divisions will break the seal on the new season beginning at 7 p.m. Central. Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel will have defending champ Colin Ross begin his quest for a 5th title with his family's triple bypass McCormick. The reigning Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock champion is Brent Meyer. He and his injected funds John Deere will be out to extend their dominance for a 3rd straight year. Coming off their first Superstock Diesel 4x4 championship season are Craig Dickey and his Cummins Killer 3. He'll be looking to pilot his Duramax powered GMC to its first GN win after a season of consistent finishes earned him the 2024 crown. The Dr. Preload Super Semi road to the title was ruled by R.J. Simon's Drivers Wanted Peterbilt. We'll see what the rest of the rigs have to say about that this year, starting in Hutchinson. Last season's CM Pulling Tires modified mini champ Brian McDonald is taking a step back from full-time competition, but there will still be plenty of contenders for the title in one of the sport's most rapidly expanding divisions. And Bill Leischner will be going for his 2nd NTPA modified title when he fires up his Dirt Slinger for the first time in 2025. We hope you can make it to Hutchinson for the launch of the NTPA's 55th championship campaign. But if you can't, you can watch all of the proceedings live or on demand at fullpull.live and on the Full Pull app for smart devices. This week also marks the launch of the Case IH NTPA Superfan Experience Contest, with the grand prize being a Farmall SC25 compact tractor plus $4,000 in cash. Register to win on the contest page at ntpapull.com under the More menu tab. While the focus of the Grand National competitors is firmly fixed on central Minnesota, action also gets going Saturday night in not 1, not 2, but 3 different NTPA regions. In the newly reborn Steiner Tractor Parts Region 1, it's the Waynesburg, Pennsylvania Megapole at the Greene County Fairgrounds at 7 p.m. Eastern. Region 1 will incorporate 4 events across PA and West Virginia and will confer titles and enterly pull-off berths on light Pro Stock and Super Stock 4-wheel drive. In Steiner Tractor Parts Region 2's westernmost outpost, it's the Ileana Hub Shakedown at the pole grounds in the border town of Boswell, Indiana. The association is marking its return to Boswell for the first time in a decade, with a 4-class show beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern. And on Steiner Tractor Parts Region 3's traditional launch pad, the Pierce County Fairgrounds in Ellsworth, Wisconsin, it's the Showdown in Kurdtown beginning at 6:30 p.m. Central, featuring 12 NTPA and Wisconsin Tractor Pullers classes on 2 tracks. Check out ntpapull.com or the NTPA mobile app for details regarding these and all NTPA events this season. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All righty, as we kind of wind things down here, I came across a post from the American Geographic Society. The American Geographical Society. I'm just kind of wondering, we just saw the eruption of Mount Etna a few days ago. Seems like there's numerous volcanoes, and I just kind of thinking, is the planet waking up? I've seen a lot of earthquake activity in the Ring of Fire, as they call it. But this points out a super volcano, Campi Flagria in Italy. Increased seismic activity in the area of Italy's Campi Flagria, a super volcano near Naples, may be an indication of an impending eruption. Last month, a magnitude 4.4 earthquake struck the area, the largest in 40 years. And the past 6 months, they've seen 3,000 tremors, a significant increase in activity. Volcanologists have also observed the ground swelling and sinking, and a sharp rise in carbon dioxide being expelled, which is a strong sign of magma surging beneath the surface. Wow. The last major eruption was in the year 1538, when a week-long flow of lava created Mount Nuovo. But 40,000 years ago, the supervolcano produced a massive eruption, ash clouds and gas that altered the Earth's climate. A similar eruption now would be devastating to Naples, a city of over 4 million, would send an ash cloud or clouds covering Europe with immediate impacts. The grounding of flights, the cutting of power, crops would see long-term damage. So they've got some of the maps depicting this location, but yeah, super volcanoes. Is the Earth waking up? We'll leave it off there. Points to ponder. Maybe do a little more research on that. And with that, we'll call it a day. And looky there, we'll come back at the midnight hour Eastern time and kick off our Friday edition, Casual Friday. That would be of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hope you'll join us then.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,